D187.
Ooh, I hear that the player with the speech, cause it's me, KMG, more flex in the sex on the
yes,
beach.
my brother takes two to take a listen. We got him, we got him. We better use the right
So
name.
I'ma push in the back of the bush, cause it's a wonderful feeling.
Yeah, cause we got the goods for your suckers and that juice, the whole pot of gumbo, the whole gallon of
So
juice.
I'ma ease up on them real quick,
Well,
watch me
that's
hit
all
'em.
in the ratio what we hit them up for. Cause when I'm on the dice, I roll a seven coming out and take the call. Your woman, your whole damn house.
So now I step with the quickness and flex my ends to my bins and let God be the
I'm gonna
witness.
teach you how to body slam. Let me show you. But step into my world, I got something dope for
So
you.
hold on to my woody and don't be scared when we do the bump
Yeah, it's
boogie.
like bump, 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 bump. That's the sound of my heater when the ill stuff
I
jump.
keep it strictly confidential, bulletproof is the question. Got the fist in my hand and I've already blessed.
So close to the boogie G, cause I'm COLD. The beat is kinda humping and I'm
Cause
tipsy.
everything is on the one, it's a natural high. When I get to the hook of the joint, you know why. Everything is fine when you're rolling with your homies in a little bit of VSOP. Now the ladies get hot with a whole lot of chronic and a gallon of VSOP. If you want to feel fine, free your mind, take a couple of other shots of VSOP. When you get hype, when you turn it to a G with a little bit of VSOP. To G or not to G, which is the answer? Out of control, it's so your soul.
Yeah, they screaming on the big kid, trying to find a quick pick, looking for the real.
But that's counterfeit. Off the real, the funk don't appeal. You think they got clout, but you're really down and out.
So hold on tight as we take you down the runway. How many times I got to tell you I don't play?
Oh, and if you didn't know, I had to change my pattern because I roll my ride around the rings of set.
Ooh, yeah, we're chillin' like Venus. See, it's been like 89 since the last time you seen us.
Tell me, my peoples, did you miss me on the real? We was never paper traps like Hollyfield.
Yeah, visionist. A sucker trying to sky me when I'm hotter than Kuwait or California.
Cause I got the munchies for your love, so come and kick it, but you better come prepared, cause it gets kinda weird.
Yeah, cause you can walk the plank if it's scheming for my bait. Don't play me like a trick. Yo, my name ain't
Cause
big.
everything is on the one, it's a natural high. When we get to the hook of the blunt, you know why. Everything's fine when you're rolling with your homies and a little bit of VSOP. When I was at the mall the other day, I saw some honeys and I offered us VSOP.
I'm coming. Hold tight. I'm coming.
Come on. All right, first off, then let me introduce myself. I'm the feature of the LLD187.
Ooh, I hear that the player with the speech, cause it's me, KMG, more flex in the sex on
Oh,
the
yes,
beach.
my brother takes two to take a listen. We got him, we got him. We better use the right
So
name.
I'ma push in the back of the bush, cause it's a wonderful feeling.
Yeah, cause we got the goods for your suckers and that juice, the whole pot of gumbo, the whole gallon of
So
juice.
I'ma ease up on them real quick,
Well,
watch me
that's
hit
all
'em.
in the ratio what we hit them up for. Cause when I'm on the dice, I roll a seven coming out and take the call. Your woman, your whole damn house.
So now I step with the quickness and flex my ends to my bins and let God be the
Oh, I'm gonna
witness.
teach you how to body slam. Let me show you. But step into my world, I got something dope for
So
you.
hold on to my woody and don't be scared when we do the bump
Yeah, it's
boogie.
like
Bump, 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 bump. That's the sound of my heater when the ill stuff jump.
Really confidential, bulletproof is the question. Got the fist in my hand and I've already blessed.
so close to the boogie G, cause I'm COLD. The beat is kinda humping and I'm
Cause
tipsy.
everything is on the one, it's a natural high. When I get to the hook of the joint, you know why. Everything is fine when you're rolling with your homies in a little bit of VSOP. Now the ladies get hot with a whole lot of chronic and a gallon of VSOP. If you want to feel fine, free your mind, take a couple of other shots of VSOP. Now you get hype when you turn it to a G with a little bit of VSOP. To G or not to G, which is the answer? Out of control, it's so your soul.
Yeah, they screaming on the big kid, trying to find a quick pick, looking for the real.
But that's counterfeit. Off the real, the funk don't appeal. You think they got clout, but you're really down and out.
So hold on tight as we take you down the runway. How many times I got to tell you I don't play?
Oh, and if you didn't know, I had to change my pattern because I roll my ride around the rings of set.
Ooh, yeah, we're chillin' like Venus. See, it's been like 89 since the last time you seen us.
Tell me, my peoples, did you miss me be on the real news, never paper taps like Hollyfield.
Yeah, visionist. A sucker trying to sky me when I'm hotter than Kuwait or California.
Cause I got the munchies for your love, so come and kick it, but you better come prepared, cause it gets kinda weird.
Yeah, cause you can walk the plank if you're scheming for my bank. Don't play me like a trick. Yo, my name ain't
Cause
big.
everything is on the one, it's a natural high. When we get to the hook of the blunt, you know why. Everything is fine when you're rolling with your homies and a little bit of VSOP. When I was at the mall the other day, I saw some honeys and I offered us VSOP. Now the party was popping when I brought a bell in with a gang on VSOP. At the end of the jam, you should all run out and get a gallon of VSOP. VSOP. VSOP.
All right, enough of that gangster stuff. Enough of that gangster stuff. Nobody's came in the chat so far. I know I'm late. It's 8 o'clock and I'm in Cali. So I know most people on the East Coast is in bed, winding down. What's up, Rodney Young? But I do need somebody to hit the number 1 to let me know you can hear me clearly. Hit that 1 for me, Rodney. Let me know I'm clear. You can see me and hear me good. And I decided to have this discussion. And let me prep people. All right, Rodney, I see you. Thanks, bro. Thanks. Squally TV Vision, what's happening with you? What's good, Sean Blanco? What's good? It's all good today. I'm in a good mood. And I just wanted to share some information. And let me tell you why. Listen to me close. Listen and understand what I'm saying. When I got back from Ghana almost about 2 years ago, I started to share this book, The History of Indigenous Slavery in Ghana. So I was excited about the book when I bought it at the slave dungeons in Ghana. They had some people selling their books and different things outside. And I said, this is interesting. One of the reasons I bought the book, when I was in the slave dungeon, the scholar, or sometimes I don't know if they're scholars, but the tour guide, usually they're scholarly because they have a lot of information. He made a statement and said that the Africans and Portuguese got together and built the slave dungeons. And I said, damn, what? And it hit me and made me think for a second. So it triggered me. I said, that's interesting. Because as a Black American, I never heard that. So I'm wondering, when I went to Ghana, why are they teaching a little differently than Black Americans, right? And something said, when I seen this guy outside the slave dungeon selling his book, something said, get this book. Get that book, Chief X. So I got it. And I began to read it a little bit when I'm in Ghana. But I really started reading it when I jumped on that plane on my flight home. Yeah, hit the like button, y'all. If you're watching, hit the like button. So I really started reading when I stepped in the airport to go on my way home, right? Now, let me share my screen real quick. Bam. Let me see if it pop up because it's a little delay. Okay. So here's me in the airport in Ghana on my way home, and I shared this book. right? That's the time I began to really get into this book. Now, people, hold on. That's me with my shirt repping Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. I bought that shirt at a museum in Ghana. I just want to show people that I did go to Ghana. Now, this is me in Ghana at a repatriation conference, in business conference. Now, I don't know if you can see good, but in the back where my arrow is, you see this stuff on the table right here? That's a bunch of moringa. It was a contact I have in Ghana to get moringa, right? So I'm at a repatriation conference and business meeting in Ghana here. I'm just sharing just to let people know that I was there and a little bit of my experiences. I also met a chief when I was in Ghana, and we went to go tour some land. And that land was here with these young girls in the background. They were just so happy to talk, and I entertained them a little bit. And but that's, let me just move on. This is me and part of my tour group I went to Ghana with. The homies, me and this dude on the right here, we actually shared a room. Everybody had to pair up in Ghana and share a room. So this was my roommate, the homie, for the 10 days I was there. Oh, wait a minute. Let me go back to this picture. Now I'm gonna get into my lecture. Just bear with me. The dude in the middle was another cool cat I met when I was in Ghana. We hung out and we all talked a lot, right? But the dude in the middle, when we came back home to take the flight back home, he stayed there. He had a little extra money. He wanted to hang out for another whole week, right? Got him a room by himself and just hung out and started messing with some young girls. So I'm just sharing right now before I get into my lecture, right? So this is me actually at the slave dungeons, right? Now, when I'm at the slave dungeon, I asked them, because I couldn't understand why they had these cannons and these big old iron balls on the other opposite side of this. Big old iron balls that they would shoot out the cannons. And I'm thinking to myself, why do they have these cannons and who the hell are they shooting at? Africans ain't coming out the water, right? But it was explained that those cannons and those huge ass, big ass, heavy iron steel balls that they shot out the cannons were to be shot at other European nations who tried to come to the shores or whatever and do business, who weren't the Portuguese. That's what I was told. So in Ghana, when the slave trade, the transatlantic slave trade was happening, they was doing business with the Portuguese. And initially, only the Portuguese. So these cannons were to shoot at other European nations or ships that may have come around trying to fuck around, right? So I just wanted to show that I was there, and I just wanted to show some of my experiences, right? And what I asked and what I understood, right? Now, let me get back over here. Now, when I began to share information out this book, when I came back home, people had an attitude about it. They was mad. They was shooting shots at me as if Chief X intended any harm, right? And I didn't mean any harm. It was just some new information I came across and I was excited to share about. I noticed when I was there in the slave dungeons, and I have pictures of the slave dungeons. I don't want to take too much time up. I forgot my damn point. Oh, so I noticed when I was there and going to the different museums and listening to the tour guides and the scholars talking stuff, and I said they sound a little different and teach a little different than Black Americans. When they talk about history and the slave trade in Ghana and Africa and what Africa was doing and going through, they spoke and sounded differently than Black Americans. Now, 95% of you Black Americans never been to Ghana, and I'm not bragging, but I'm just trying to make a point real quick. So, you may not understand certain things of where I'm coming from. In Ghana, those scholars and the teachers in Ghana have no problem telling you their involvement in the slave trade and how they were implicit in it. I never heard this kind of teachings as I'm here in Black America, the way they teach it. I remember when I was at what's that, the river where the little gold's in there, and damn, I forgot the name of it. But he was telling me, you know those plants, they have those leaves where you rub your finger in the middle of the leaf and the leaf close on you. I forget the name of that plant, but it's prevalent in Ghana. And he was saying that people who were hiding from slave catchers would use those leaves and see if they were closed, then that means people who were after them have been over here and through here and rubbed against these bushes and trees. And he was talking about other Africans in Ghana, indigenous Africans, not the white man. So I said, oh, that's interesting. So things just started hitting me when I was there, when I was going to those museums. I said, it's a different teaching. Now, let me explain the main person I'm going to be talking about. And her name is Akosua Odama Peribi. This is her. She is a professor at the University of Ghana. And by the way, we toured and went by the University of Ghana. She's a professor there. She wrote this book. So I don't want to hear no shit no Black American who's going against me and talking this shit is talking about. I'm listening to the source and the people who participated or descended from the people who participated in the slave trade. You Black Americans, you guys are angry at the white man, and you have a different angle than the scholars in Ghana have. You guys are upset with the white man, and you guys have no clue that Africans actively participated in the slave trade, the way the Ghanaians tell the story about themselves, from their oral traditions and things like that. And I'm going to go over all this. This discussion may last about 2.5 hours. So I'm just letting you know. If you don't have the time, just come on back when you got time and listen, because I'm going deep today. I'm going to take my time and go deep. And the reason I'm discussing this subject is because it's been brought up over the last couple months. There's been people doing live stream on indigenous slavery in Ghana. There've been people having 10-hour arguments and live streams recently about indigenous slavery in Ghana, and were Africans practicing slavery pre-colonial times, meaning prior to the white man and prior to the Arab. Were Africans on the continent practicing indigenous slavery amongst each other prior to pre-colonial times, prior to the Europeans and the Arabs coming there. This is what the discussion has been about for the last 2 weeks or so. And it's been some heated discussions. It has. It's been some heated discussions. It's been people falling out behind it because this topic is sensitive. Let me tell you why it's sensitive. It's sensitive because most Black Americans have not delved into this topic and haven't studied it. So they're of the mindset that they want to point the finger only at the white man and purely only at the white man, not the ancestors in Ghana or African people in West Central Africa in general. They want to make it seem like we Black Americans or Africans in ancient times were just so morally upright and better than Europeans and Arabs. They had a better moral compass. What's up, Class of Shabazz? What's happening, homie? You know, Class of Shabazz, I need you to call me, bro. I want to do a live stream together with you. I really enjoy a lot of your information you used to put up. So what's good? Just giving you a shout out, bro. And I forgot my damn point where I left off at. I forgot my damn point. Leave drugs alone, they say. Okay, so the topic has been sensitive and people have been arguing all week. I said, you know what? Let me just go ahead and do a presentation and share my information, what I know, what I've researched, what I've come to understand. And let me just share my part. So I don't want people to think I'm doing this video just to be messy or just to bash the Africans on the continent in ancient times. No. I'm doing this video because it's been a hot topic the last 2 weeks on YouTube with certain cliques and clans and intellectual squads and groups. That's why I'm doing this. I'm not doing this for no other reason. So let me get into it. And I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to introduce you to this lady real quick and let you know her qualifications and things like that. So we understand who we're dealing with. All right. Hold on. The lady who wrote this book, let me blow this up so people can see. Okay, there we go. I see it on screen. The lady who wrote this book is Akusa Udoma Perebi. Who is she? Akusa Udoma Perebi is a Ghanaian author. Should I listen to some Black American who's confused, or should I listen to this Ghanaian author who lives in Ghana? She wrote the book. She is the source. She's an author and a history professor at the University of Ghana. Perebi is the author of A History of Indigenous Slavery in Ghana from the 15th to the 19th century. But let's be clear, she goes before that and has written over 20 refereed articles and books, chapters. Perebi acts as Ghana's permanent representative on UNESCO's International Scientific and Technical Committee on the Slave Route Project. She's familiar with all this. There's no getting around this source. What people have been sharing and talk about is not a better source than this. They're sharing American sources and biased books written by Black Americans who are confused and who is in competition with the white man for who's better morally. Can't be trusted. Every source, every article I'm going to show you today is from an actual Ghanaian. Okay? Okay, so she is also a council member and treasurer of the Historical Society of Ghana. She can't be beat on this topic. I can't be beat on this topic. She has over 30 years teaching experience. Her education, Perebi had a secondary education at the Achimota Senior High in Ghana. She is also alumni of the University of Ghana, where she had her first degree, master's, and a PhD in history. She began her teaching career in 1974 when she taught the Aburi Girls Senior High School. You know what? Let me show you this because I've been to Aburi. I've been to Aburi. Hold on. Let me get to it. You know what? I'll get back to that later on. Okay. She also worked with Ghana National Archives. Listen and understand what I'm saying. She also worked with Ghana National Archives, meaning she's in the archive, she's in the oral tradition, she's in every piece of literature written on this subject. She also worked with the Ghana National Archives as assistant archivist for 2 years. So she's read all that shit. I don't give a shit what no Black American in the so-called conscious community is talking about. He don't know better than her or me. In an additional 2 years with the Institute of Adult Education as a resident tutor. In 1981, she began lecturing at the University of Ghana till right now, because she still works there. Publications: Enslavement, Rebellion, and Emancipation in Africa, The Ghanaian Experience, Enslavement, Perspectives on Slavery in the Danish West Indies, Antilles, History of Indigenous Slavery in Ghana. I mean, the woman is deep, right? So, let me just start off with a few articles. This is one article, and this is actually a nice little website I came across when I was doing my research. And it talks about African participation and the resistance to the trade. Let me just blow it up so everyone can see and no one's confused today. Menu: African participation in the resistance to the trade. With some early exceptions, Europeans were not. Listen. You got to listen and pay attention. Wait, before I get into this, hold on. Family. Before I get deep off into this, I need you to breathe. Relax. Put your defensive guards down. This is just education and information and giving you an understanding. Chief X loves you. He's just trying to inform you on some history. I mean no harm. I have no dog in the fight. I have no agenda. I'm not getting paid a penny for this. Breathe, relax, go smoke a joint, come back. Just take your time and let's get an understanding, okay? Calm down, y'all. This has been so sensitive. People have been going crazy lately. Okay, where'd I leave off at? Okay, here we go. Participation and resistance to the trade. With some early exceptions, Europeans were not able to independently. You got to listen, family. With some early exceptions, Europeans were not able to independently enter West and Central Africa interior to capture Africans and force them onto ships to the Americas. Instead, European traders generally relied on a network of African rulers and traders to capture and bring enslaved Africans from various coastal interior regions to slave castles on the West Central African coast. Now, there's a word that you guys overlooked when I read. So I need you guys to have good reading comprehension. It said European traders generally relied on a network of African rulers and traders to capture and bring what? Enslaved Africans from various coastal and interior regions to the slave castle. What they're saying is they got with them and discussed picking up Africans that were already enslaved in Ghana. And it's more information as we go on. I want you to understand. To capture and bring enslaved Africans from various coastal and interior regions to the slave castles on the west and central coast of Africa. Many of these traders acquired captives as a result of military and political conflict, but some also pursued slave trading for profit. Scholars provide various explanations for why African traders were willing to supply enslaved Africans to Europeans for the transatlantic trade. By the early 16th century, slavery already played a major role in some Western and Central African societies and contributed to maritime slave trade systems across the Indian Ocean and Mediterranean Sea. So they were slave trading and had slave trade systems in the Indian Ocean and Mediterranean Sea, and they was dealing with the Arabs and the Berbers. Not deeply in Ghana, but more so when Islam hit. And when Islam was enslaving sub-Saharan Africans, they more so, I wish I had a map, they more so enslaved the African or sub-Saharan African nations that are north or let me say, how should I say this? That are closer to them, like Mali, Niger, Chad. The Islamic empires weren't until later, and we're going to talk about this, in Ghana and Nigeria areas later. Christianity was more prevalent in Ghana and Nigeria and with the so-called invaders that came to the shores. Okay, but let me finish. Subsequently, some historians argue that Europeans in the Atlantic took advantage of pre-existing, and then took advantage of what? Pre-existing slave trade system in Africa to obtain labor for expanding plantation economies in the America. It's telling you it was a pre-existing slave trade system in Africa. Okay? During the development of the transatlantic slave trade, West and Central Africa consisted of diverse political and social structures ranging from large empires to small states, and these groups often conflicted over internal politics as well as economic expansion. As noted earlier, though ethnic identities were influential, these groups did not share a common African or Black identity. Instead, they saw cultural and ethnic differences, such as Igbo, Ashanti, Mende, Fulani, as social divisions. These tribal groups in Africa have never been vibing on a plane where they were just all getting along. They were tribal, they was banging. And we still banging to this day. Frequent conflicts between these groups produced captives who could then circulate the local slave trade system. Now, when you hear local trade system, when you hear indigenous slavery, and when you also hear the term throughout this discussion, domestic slavery, they're talking about Africans enslaving Africans or slavery prior to colonialization. So when you hear local slave trade, when you hear domestic slave trade, because British used to use the term domestic slave trade. So when you hear local slave trade, domestic slave trade, and indigenous slavery, they're talking about Africans enslaving Africans, and they're talking about the system of slavery prior to the white man. You got to understand that, because these terms and wording is going to come up throughout this discussion. To circulate the local slave trade and what? Eventually the transatlantic slave trade. Okay, Europeans also went to great lengths to influence African traders and leaders to provide what? Enslaved Africans. They're talking about Africans who were already enslaved. So when I used to tell people, most of us in general, most of us Black Americans, we come from a slave caste in West Central Africa. It is what it is. Breathe and relax. Provide enslaved Africans for the transatlantic slave trade. European traders encouraged African consumer demands for European goods. Formed military alliances to instigate fighting and increase the number of captives, and shifted the location of disembarkation points for the trade along West and Central African coasts to follow African military conflicts. In areas of West and Central Africa where slavery was not prevalent, so they're just talking about in some areas where it wasn't prevalent, European demand often expanded the presence of the institution in trade. But European traders still generally worked within terms set by African rulers and traders. But European traders still generally worked within terms set by African rulers and traders who negotiated their own interest in these trading and military alliances. As we go on with this discussion, what I'm trying to tell you is they came at first to trade in gold and ivory and certain food goods or what have you. They seen them enslaving each other, and they seen indigenous slavery, and then they had the notion, damn, hell, we need this too. Can we have some slaves? But we're gonna get into that later. Okay. For example, when the profits of the slave trade did not outweigh the loss of local labor caused the transatlantic trade, African leaders could refuse to supply Europeans' demands. Still, the pressures from European consumers' interest in Africa slavery were great, and the social instability that followed military conflicts inevitably changed the resources of African groups. Many Africans turned to the transatlantic slave trade to expel their opponents or to garner profits. The population loss and disruptive effects on social, political, military, and labor systems caused by the transatlantic slave trade varied in scale depending on the African region and group. As a result, scholars still debate the long-term impacts of the transatlantic slave trade in West and Central Africa. Regardless of the suffering of separated families and the experiences of enslavement during the transatlantic trade were universally devastating for victims of the transatlantic slave trade. Throughout the trade, the Africans who were enslaved or threatened with enslavement consistently resisted the dehumanizing confines of this institution. Villages and towns built fortifications and warning systems to prevent attacks from traders or enemy groups. They talk about amongst each other. If captured and forced onto ships for the Middle Passage, enslaved Africans resisted by organizing hunger strikes, forming rebellions, and even committing suicide by leaping overboard rather than living in slavery. Scholars believe that roughly one slaving voyage in every 10 experienced major rebellions. These rebellions were costly for European traders. So European traders did not want rebellions. They did not want death. They did not want harm to their cargo. Cargo equals money. So you want to keep your cargo intact and together, but you can't help death and sickness. You just can't help it on them seas and in them times. These rebellions were costly for European traders and led them to avoid certain regions known for this resistance strategy, such as Upper New Guinea. So they said them Upper New Guinea Africans was crazy as hell. They wasn't going for it. Them niggas was jumping overboard. They was causing hell. The white boy said, fuck them Upper New Guinea thing. We're going to leave them alone. We're going to get some more cooperative slaves. Because when we fuck with New Guinea, they hopping over ships and we losing all our cargo. They killing themselves, committing suicide. You know what? I never heard nobody say they from Upper Guinea. Maybe they just left them alone. I don't know. But that just hit me. This resulted in fewer Africans entering the transatlantic slave trade from these regions, which suggests that African resistance strategy could be effective, right? Okay. So we're going to move on to this article. Oh, we got a long ways to go, people. A long ways to go. African passage, low country adaptions, menu, slavery before the transatlantic trade. Various forms of slavery, servitude, or coerced human labor existed throughout the world before the development of the transatlantic slave trade. In the 16th century, as historian David Eltis explains, almost all people have been both slaves and slaveholders at some point in their histories. Let me just stop there. All races, white folk, Europeans, Arabs, Berbers, Africans, everybody at some point in history was enslaved or enslaved someone else. All of them, including the Africans on the continent, all of them were invaders to somebody's country, nation, or tribe. All of them. When I said African people were invaders, people looked at me crazy. What the hell are you talking about, Chief X? Yeah. Western Church Central Africans were invaders. They just didn't have ships like the European had. So the way they do it is stay on land and go raid, invade, kill, kidnap other tribes or nations. That's called invading. However you chop it up. If they had the technology to build ships and they built ships and they were able to travel, oh, they would have been taking Europeans as slaves because they were practicing slavery already. They would have been taking Arabs and Berbers as slaves because they was practicing slavery already. It was the thing in ancient times. Everyone did it, period. And you got to get over it. They just didn't have ships. So they did all they invading on land. Don't hate just because others had better technology and ships capable of traveling these oceans. All of them were invaders, including Africans. Okay, here we go. Still earlier, coerced labor systems in the Atlantic were generally deferred in terms of scale, legal status, and racial definitions from the transatlantic chattel slavery system that developed and shaped New World societies from the 16th to the 19th century. Slavery in Western Central Africa. Slavery was prevalent in many Western Central African societies before and during the Atlantic slave trade. They didn't say it was going on a little bit. They said it was what? Prevalent. Like I told you 2 years ago. And here we are now today. And people have been having discussions over the last 2 weeks, heated discussions. So I had to come on out and put down my presentation and inform the people and educate the people. Okay, so when diverse empires, small to medium nations or kinships groups came into conflict for various political and economic reasons, individuals from one African group regularly enslaved captives, regularly enslaved captives from another group because they viewed them as outsiders. So they didn't give a fuck. You guys ever watch them little documentaries on the chimps in the jungles that be fighting and banging on each other in tribes and shit? Like, same shit. Niggas didn't give a fuck about each other if you wasn't from their tribe. They would bang on you. The rulers of these slaveholding societies could then exert power over these captives as prisoners of war for labor needs, to expand their kinship, group, or nation's influence and disseminate spiritual beliefs, or potentially to trade for economic gain through shared African ethnic identities such as Yoruba or Mandinka may have been influential in this context. The concept of a unified Black racial identity or of individual freedoms and labor rights were not yet meaningful. Listen to that. It says the concept of a unified, meaning people having unity with each other, of a unified Black racial identity or of individual freedoms and labor rights were not yet meaningful. People didn't give a fuck in the ancient world about you suffering. They didn't. They were greedy. As long as they gained power and influence, they didn't give a fuck about another tribe. Arabs, as long as the Arabs or Berbers gained power and influence, they didn't give a fuck about another nation. The Europeans, as long as they gained power and influence, they didn't give a fuck about another nation. That was the way of the world in ancient times. There were no labor laws. They'll work you from sun up to sundown. Western Central African elites and royalty from slaveholding societies even relied on their kinship group, ranging from family members to slaves, to secure and maintain their wealth and status. By controlling the rights of their kinship groups, Western and Central African elites owned the products of their labor. In contrast, before the transatlantic trade, Western European elites focused on owning land as private property to secure their wealth. These elites held rights to the products produced on their land through various labor systems, rather than owning the laborers as chattel property. In contrast, land in rural Western and Central African regions, outside densely populated or riverine areas, was often open to cultivation, rather than divided into individual landholdings. So controlling labor was a greater priority. The end result in both regional systems was that elites controlled the profits generated from products cultivated through laborers and land. The different emphasis on what or whom they own to guarantee rights over these profits shaped the role of slavery in these regions before the transatlantic trade. Scholars also argue that the West Africa featured several political, decentralized, or stateless societies. In such societies, the village or a confederation of villages was the largest political group. A range of positions of authority existed within these villages, but no one person or group claimed positions of rule or monarchy. In other words, they're saying like there were some groups or small groups of tribes or whatever. They had no like real leader. People just fucking lived and existed and got along. According to historian Walter Hawthorne, in this context, government worked through group consensus. They just had group consensus of saying. In addition, many of these small-scaled, decentralized societies rejected slaveholding. As the transatlantic slave trade with Europeans expanded from the 16th to 19th centuries, however, both non-slaveholding and slaveholding West Central African societies experienced the pressures of greater demand for enslaved labor, in contrast to the chattel slavery that later developed in the New World. An enslaved person in the West and Central Africa lived within a more flexible kinship group system. Anyone considered a slave in this region before the transatlantic trade had a greater chance of becoming free within a lifetime. Legal rights were generally not defined by racial categories, and the enslaved person was not always permanently separated from biological families, networks, or familiar homes and landscapes. We're going to get more into it. The rise of the plantation culture, agriculture, as central to Atlantic world economies from the 16th to 19th centuries led to a generally more extreme system of chattel slavery. In this system, human beings became movable commodities, bought and sold in mass numbers across significant geographic distances, and their status could be shaped by concept of racial inferiority and passed on to their descendants. New World plantations also generally required greater levels of exertion than earlier labor systems so that slaveholders can produce a profit within competitive transatlantic markets. Okay. This, you know what? I'm going to come back to this. You know what? Let me just touch this real quick. This is like a timeline. It goes way back thousands of years ago. When European traders came, they came to trade initially and then got the bright idea to enslave. Okay? But they first came to Senegal, if you want to be real about it. Do I want to do this now? Hold on. I'll come back to that. I'll come back to King Alfonso. I'll come back to him too. That'll be interesting. Okay, here we go. Here we go. African societies in the beginning of the Atlantic slave trade, early West African societies. I'm gonna kind of skim through a few of these, but I'll just read some major points. Although there were large trading centers along the rivers, the Senegal, Gambia, Niger, Volta, and Congo, most West Africans lived in small villages and identified primarily with the extended family or clan rather than an ethnic or national identity. It was like no nationhood like that. People clicked with their clan. Wives, children, and dependents were signs of wealth. Men frequently practiced polygyny or the custom of having more than one wife. In times of need, West Africans relied on relatives from near and far for support. Hundreds of separate dialects emerged from different West African clans. In modern Nigeria, nearly 500 languages are still spoken. Okay. African societies practice human bondage. Can we see this? Let's just make sure. Okay. African societies practice human bondage when? Long before the transatlantic slave trade began. Famine or fear of stronger enemies might force one tribe to ask another for help and give themselves in bondage in exchange for assistance. Similar to the European serf system, those seeking protection or relief from starvation would become the servants of those who provided relief. Debt might also be worked off through some form of servitude. Furthermore, prisoners of war between different African societies often became enslaved. Typically, these servants became a part of the extended tribal family. There is some evidence of chattel slavery, in which people were treated as personal property in the Nile Valley. It appears that there was a slave trade route through the Sahara that brought sub-Saharan Africans to Rome, a global center of slavery, right? Let me just continue on because we got a lot to get through. This is about Queen Nzinga, who actually was an enslaver also. This has been a hot topic. People have been talking about in Queen Nzinga. But I'm not going to go there right now. Maybe I'll get to that at the end of this. I'm just trying to get to slavery in Africa real quick. Okay. When the slave traders was African, that says, huh? Those whose ancestors sold slaves to Europeans now struggle to come to terms with a painful legacy. Okay? I'm going to get to this article, but let me just play a little small clip of this video first. Hold on, y'all. This is the Salaga slave market in Ghana. And I just want you to hear this man's words. And he's telling you himself, I don't give a shit what Sean, aka Any Heret of the Maasai clan, is telling you. You better listen to people from the region. A lot of these cats is lying to y'all. They're trying to save face. They're trying to water it down because they're in this moral competition with the rest of the world. And humans are humans. All humans do good. All humans do bad. They're evil humans. There's wicked human. And it has nothing to do with race. Everything is an individual. Listen.
Where the houses.
Salaga, 120 kilometers to the southwest of Tamale, is Salaga, the capital of the East Gonja district, which used to be the biggest slave trading center in northern Ghana. Where we are,
I paused it. Now, when I was in Ghana, I didn't go to the Salaga slave market, but they have tours there. The next time I go, I will go to the Salaga slave market, right? But let's keep going.
Stopping point. When the slaves were brought here, at the end of the day, they will be here. At the end of the day, then they go to the wells and fetch the water, bring them here, wash them here before taking them to the market. Why so? You see, if you want to sell something, you have to make it very, very presentable. So because they came from a long distance, they were tired. So they have to clean themselves, take them there. We have the shea butter oil, all that to smite them, washing them, they take them through this route to the market.
Salaga is the capital of the East Benja district and is an ancient town, both in the transatlantic slave trade and also in the trade across Sahara in West Africa. That presents us with a great potential for tourist investment in northern Ghana or in the Southern zone.
The Baba tree you are seeing, this is not the original one. The original one was somewhere on my right here. That one fell 24 June 1970. So we replanted this one. Why?
Now, listen to his words. He has a thick accent, but he's going to tell you we've been doing this before the white man.
Salaga has been adopted at the slave market was that Salaga is between the north and the south, you see, and it is in the middle. Right now, if you are going this way on my life, you are going to Volta.
Now, I paused it. I hope you guys can see my arrow. Accra is down here along the coast, right? Now, from Accra, when I went to the Accra, when I landed in the Accra airport, we stayed in Accra for how long? For 2 days. Then we drove 4 hours inland to where? Kumasi, right here, if you can see my arrow. So when I be telling people I'm a Kumasian, that's why I say that. Because I loved Kumasi. When I go back, I'm not going to be hanging in Accra. I'm going inland back to Kumasi. It's where, well, anyway, this is 4 hours inland, Kumasi. And white folk was not going inland. They were scared as hell. When you be up in that fort now, the road, Ghana has some roads now, but 400 years ago, they had way less roads than they have now. Just like America, we have a lot of roads and freeways now, but 400 years ago, it was a bunch of trees and shrubbery, and it was way less roads than it is now. So, no, the Europeans were scared as fuck. They was not going inland. Everything that was going on inland was being taken care of by indigenous Africans. Now, Kumasi's 4 hours away. So you can imagine if you can see my arrow. This has to be 8 hours away. From Accra down here on the coast, all the way to Salaga. Man, stop. Stop. But let me keep his play.
In front of you are going to Ashanti region. Here you are going to Brown Afro region. And here we are in the north. Well, so those who dealt with the slavery here were the houses and then the Moshis. The white man didn't come to Salaga. It was our own brothers Ashanti.
Did you hear him? It was kind of low. He said people who was dealing with slavery was there. I think he said the Hausa, and it sounded like he said the Maasai. He said the Hausa and the Maasai. Africans was doing this to each other, he said. He said this before the white man, but I'm going to play it again.
Ashantis were coming here because of it was our own brothers Ashanti. The white man didn't come to Salaga. It was our own brother. The white man didn't come to Salaga. It was our own brothers Ashanti. The white man didn't come to Salaga. It was our own brothers Ashanti.
What did he say?
The white man didn't come to Salaga. It was our own brothers Ashanti. The white man didn't come to Salaga. It was our own brothers Ashanti. Ashantis were coming here because of the.
He said the white man didn't come. It was our own brothers and sisters.
The market. They came here buying things and selling things. Going before that, they adopted the Salaga to be the slave market. And there they started buying the slaves to South. Yeah. So here, one could ask, how much was a human being bought here? But then they were using a cowries. So we converted it to shillings for us to understand how much was a human being bought here. It was from 20 to 80 shillings.
Pause. Let me move on to something else. I got a lot of shit to share. This is about Salaga Market. Let me see if I can blow this up. Okay, case study, the Salaga slave market. Salaga in northern Ghana, not the coast. In northern Ghana was a site of a major slave market. They had slave markets. The professor will explain the slave markets to you when I get to that point. Come back to this lecture if you don't have time. We might be here 2 hours. I got dagger after dagger after dagger. Salaga in North Ghana was a site of a major slave trade market. Today, there are still descendants of people who were slaves. The history is vivid in people's minds. Okamabuyao means bathing. Bayou means slave. So literally, it means bathing slaves. This is the place where all the slaves were bathed. They would bathe them here, rub them with shea butter, and make them shine. And they gave them food to eat to make them look big. Then they take care of the slave market for sale. Okay. The paramount chief of Salaga. Salaga is in the southern part of the northern region. Salaga was an old slave market. Caravans used to come all the way from northern Nigeria and other places, Burkina Faso, Mali, and so on. So, you heard him say Mali and so on. What do you think Mansa Musa got them 50,000 slaves that he shared with all them North Africans and traveled all the way to Egypt? Where do you think these slaves and thousands of slaves is coming from that Mansa Musa's ass had? Huh? Caravans used to come all the way from northern Nigeria and other places, Burkina Faso, Mali, and so on. Salaga became important for its market in human beings. The slaves were brought in here. They were places to store them, and most of the time they were actually tied around trees in the market. If I tie your mama around a tree, am I being nice or am I being mean, wicked, and evil, huh? Talk to me. If I tie your mama around a tree, am I being mean or evil? Yes, I am. There were just 1 or 2 rooms that can even be seen up to this date, but most of the time they were tied around big trees, guava trees, close to the market. Slavery became a commercial venture. Even local chiefs benefited. When the slaves were brought, the chiefs took a certain number for themselves and sold them to the buyers. Who were the buyers? Other Africans. And later on, other Africans and Europeans and Arabs and all kind of people was coming. If you were, people benefited. If you were not a victim, of course, then you benefited. So they basically normal common folk was benefiting. People buying slaves for their family to do agriculture, right? To farm, to clean, carry buckets of water from here to there. Because it was so inhumane that there was no sympathy between them. Huh? So let me read that again. Sometimes even the people themselves became victims. Because it was so inhumane that there was no sympathy. No sympathy. A lot of you Black Americans have no sympathy. You don't care about the victims. You only care about the narrative. The narrative your black ass care about is trying to compete with white folk for morality, when all humans were immoral at times. You cannot compete with white folk for morality. Everybody, all humans are wicked. All humans are divine. I mean, people go whichever way they fucking mind wants to take them. Look, it says even, if you quarreled, if you just bickered and quarreled with your friend and you managed to capture him, you could take him to the market to sell him. Meaning, if I'm kicking it with my homie and we got beef with each other in the tribe, and we get into a fist fight and he kicks I kick his ass and I'm just pissed at the motherfucker. I don't like this bitch ass nigga. I'm gonna capture this nigga. I'm taking his ass to the motherfucking market to sell his ass. Talk to me. With hindsight, now thinking and looking back at saying, with hindsight, we feel remorse that these things happened and our great-great-grandfathers took part in the trade. But at the time, it was a normal thing. You black Americans are not going to escape. Just like white folk, just like Arab folk, you cannot escape your parts you played in indigenous slavery, transatlantic slavery, and whatever else slavery. At the time, it was a normal thing. It's just like what is happening today. It was a market. People were buying. There was no transaction in cash. It was just gunpowder or guns in exchange for human beings. Sometimes you could look at it from a human and religious point of view. Excuse me, I'm trying to burp. Sometimes you feel it was it was a very bad thing, but it happened. Now, I was doing this research earlier and I can't find where I lost this. Another reason white folk was scared to go inland is because a lot of Africans were armed. I'm telling you, bro, a lot of these Africans and certain big tribes and people were armed. They were not going inland. Okay. Slaves were the most important commodity as opposed to other commodities like salt and other mercantile goods that were brought from the South. But definitely slavery dominated the activities here. Everybody here in Salaga is a descendant of a slave. Everybody in Salaga, except those of us who have moved in now. But you see, people don't feel easy speaking about it. But everybody knows. Now listen to what I'm telling you. It says, but you see, people don't feel easy speaking about it. And I'm going to get into that in this other article. But everybody knows that he is a descendant of a slave. The Gurama, the Hausa, the Zabaroma, the Hausa, the Dangamba, you keep pronouncing all these words. All the tribes in Salaga, there are 13 tribes in Salaga now. Recruiting slaves. The Portuguese were particularly keen to explore Africa for wealth and material gain. At the same time, they had started up colonies in the Americas and needed labor to work on plantations there. In the 1440s, Africans were captured and taken to Portugal. So, a lot of Africans was taken to Europe, Italy, and there's other articles saying this. And that's how in recent times you have black people all up in Europe. They were taken there. Black nappy-headed people come from, I'm looking for something, from sub-Saharan Africa. The only way you got your ass up into Europe, Levant, or any other place is through a slave trade. Even the Nubians. a large scale. Is this what I want to read? The scale of trade. I'm gonna skip this after I read this. The sheer number of slaves taken was unprecedented. The large scale of trading destabilized the social and economic order. By the end of the 18th century, one historian estimates 70,000 people a year were captured and taken against their will to the Americas. What is now Angola was reduced in parts to a wasteland. In total, at least 12 million Africans were forcibly removed from the continent. They talk about a dangerous and long journey, commercial forces, 3 portraits of slavery, Caribbeans, Americans, Brazil. So let me just move on. But I'm going to come back to this article because there's some jewels in there. There go y'all girl, Queen Nzinga. I'm not going to bash her, but it's been a lot of controversy behind Queen Nzinga. They say Queen Nzinga and the stats and the data points say 13,000 a year for about 30 years. For about 30 years, 13,000 slaves a year Nzinga was selling off that came to the Americas. Now, people justify this, and I've heard all the justifications. But I'm going to get to Queen Nzinga on a whole separate live stream because I got some more information on her. Okay, I'm not going to bash her. She had good military strategy. She celebrated in Black America, and she's the one who sent a lot of us enslaved. Now, one thing you got to understand: slavery had been going on long before she became queen. Her brother and family were leaders before that, right? Let me let you know this because I've heard these discussions and people don't think well. Queen Nzinga was fully aware, because I have some other information about the Dutch and the Portuguese and how they was fighting and how Queen Nzinga was fighting the Portuguese, but she was trying to gain favor with the Dutch to do better business and get control of the slave trade in her area. But Queen Nzinga, and I'll show, it was fully aware of how they were packing Africans like sardines in them ships. She was fully aware of all the practices and how they get from the ship to America. So she knew they was packed in there and chained up like sardines, pissing and shitting. It was cruel. It's cruelty. So a lot of people are questioning now, should we be celebrating Queen Nzinga? But I'm going to get to her in a whole separate discussion and shut that discussion down. I just wanted to show you I'm on it. Okay, here we go. When the slave traders were African, those whose ancestors sold slaves to Europeans now struggle to come to terms with a painful legacy. This August marked 400 years since the first documented enslaved Africans arrived in the U.S. in 1619. A ship reached the Jamestown settlement. Let me just skip all this. Virginia, carrying some 20-odd Negroes who were kidnapped from the villages in present-day Angola. The anniversary coincides with a controversial debate in the U.S. about whether the country owes reparations to the descendants of slaves as compensation for centuries of injustice and inequality. It is a moment for posing questions of the historic guilt and responsibility. What do you say? But the American side of this story is not the only one. See, Black Americans is pissed off at white folk because they don't know the other side of the story. They don't know the history of slavery overall throughout the world in ancient times. So everyone wants to point the finger. And yes, let me just say this and put this out there. the transatlantic slave trade and the slavery in America was wicked and evil. Let me put this on a record. It was brutal. It should have never happened. White folk were wrong for that. Okay? Let me put that on the record. No one's excusing anyone. Know that. Africans, let me just continue reading. Africans are now also reckoning with their own complicated legacy in the slave trade, and the infamous Middle Passage often looks different from across the Atlantic. So when I was telling you guys, damn, when I went to Ghana, them Ghanaian scholars are talking a little different than you Black American scholars. That's what this is saying. The legacy of slave trade and the infamous Middle Passage often looks different from across the Atlantic. Records from the Transatlantic Slave Trade Database, directed by historian David Eltis at Emory University, show that the majority of captives brought to the U.S. came from Senegal, Gambia, Congo, and eastern Nigeria. Europeans oversaw this brutal traffic in human cargo, but they had many, many local collaborators. The organization of the slave trade was structured to have the Europeans, what does it say? Just listen. The organization of the slave trade was structured to have Europeans stay along the coastlines, relying on African middlemen and merchants to bring the slaves to them. So a lot of these stories you hear in America and stuff of them white folks just running all up inland, snatching and shooting and killing is a bunch of bullshit. I'm sorry. Europeans stay along the coastlines, relying on African middlemen and merchants to bring the slaves to them, said Toyin Fayola, a Nigerian professor. I told you, my sources are Africans in West Africa, not you Black Americans. Niggas is doing live streams, talking that shit, reading they cherry-picked books, and avoiding the scholarship of Nigerian professors and Ghana professors who say different. Nigerian and Ghana professors on the continent use the word slavery. They don't be saying indentured servitude all the time and all these cute words to water it down. The fuck is y'all talking about? If I snatch a child up from another village and kidnap her and have sex with her and sell her, I'm an evil and wicked man, and that's wrong to do. What are y'all talking about? Said Tony, a Nigerian professor of the African Studies at the University of Texas in Austin. The Europeans couldn't have gone into the interior to get the slaves themselves. The anguished debate over slavery in the U.S. is often silent on the role that Africans played. The anguished debate, what we're doing now, what people have been talking about over the last 2 weeks, the anguished debate over slavery in the U.S. is often silent on the role that Africans played. So I made this presentation because you niggas is silent. You niggas is avoiding this truth. The Africans on the continent themselves are avoiding it, and they erased it out their memory for certain reasons, and we're going to get to that. Just pay attention and listen. Chief X got you. That silence is echoed in many African countries where there is hardly any national discussion or acknowledgement of the issue. From nursery school through university in Nigeria, I was taught about great African cultures and conquerors of times past, but not about African involvement in the slave trade. In an attempt to reclaim some of the dignity that we lost during colonialism, Africans have tended to magnify stories of a glorious past of rich traditions and brave achievement. But there are others less discussed chapters of our history. When I was growing up, my father, Chukwuma Nuwabani, spoke glowingly of my great-grandfather, Nuwabani, a chief among our Igbo ethnic group who sold slaves in the 19th century. He was respected by everyone around, he said. Even the white people respected him. From the 16th century to the 19th centuries, an estimated 1.4 million Igbo people were transported across the Atlantic as slaves. Some families, listen. Some families have chosen to hide similar stories. These are reasons why you really don't know about this. We spoke of it in whispers. Said Rafik, a 44-year-old professor of anthropology from Tanzania who now teaches at New York University Centers in Shanghai. In the 19th century, Mr. Rafik's great-great-great-great-grandfather, I can't pronounce his name, from the Seljuk ethnic group, raided villages in Tanzania's hinterland, sold the majority of his captives to the Arab merchants who supplied Europeans, and kept the rest as laborers on his own coconut plantations. Although Mr. Rafik's relatives speak of Macquarie with pride, they expunged his name from family documents sometime in the 1960s, shortly after Tanzania gained independence from British colonial rule, when it was especially sensitive to remind Africans of their role in enslaving one another. The need to keep his family history secret intensified after Mr. Rafik left home in his 20s to study at Indiana University and then at Yale and Brown for graduate work. Truthfully, with my African-American colleagues, I never revealed this aspect, he said. Because of the crimes, the pain, the humiliation that I saw them suffer in the United States, I thought talking about this legacy of Africans selling themselves is just piling on another wound in a body that is already very shot through, fractured, broken down by other things. In other words, he's saying that us African Americans are so broken down, fractured, and hurt by the institution of slavery, he didn't want to say this and pile on. Meaning, if you knew that Africans was just selling Africans, you might be double upset and mad and broken. That's what he's just basically trying to say. Let me just read again. I thought that talking about this legacy of Africans selling themselves is just piling another wound in the body that is already very shot through, fractured, broken down by other things. He decided instead to highlight the beauty of Tanzanian music, architecture, poetry, and that Indiana worked at the Black Students Union to organize events that would build bonds to Africa. Knowing this legacy and what we have done, it put so much pressure on me, he said. Like Mr. Rafik, I also felt apprehensive before deciding to write about my own family's history. I live in Nigeria, but have extended family all over the U.S. How would Black Americans respond to the descendants of a man who sold some of their ancestors into slavery? And if my own background was tainted with inhumanity, what authority would I have to lend my voice to the human rights issues in Nigeria and around Africa that causes me such grave concern? Okay, now we're going to get to another people. Some families feel no qualms about publicizing their own history. I'm not ashamed of, this is somebody else speaking. I'm not ashamed of it because I personally wasn't directly involved, said 58-year-old Donald Duke, a lawyer who ran for president in Nigeria's 2019 elections. He is from the port town of Calabar, home to the Afik, an ethnic group of Nigeria's Cross River state. The Afik, I think, would be similar to what people call the Afante, right? of Nigeria's Cross Rivers. In the 18th century, some 1.2 million slaves were sold through Calabar, according to the Tulane University historian Randy J. Sparks. The Afik were mostly stevedores and middlemen. They negotiated prices between the white traders and their African partners from the hinterlands, then collected royalties. Families like mine benefited from that process, Mr. Duke told me. Okay? Shame. Look at him. Shame. Shame. Donald Duke in Lagos, Nigeria. This is a photo, I guess, of him. Mr. Duke was elected governor of the Cross River State in 1999. So these Africans on the continent know better than you Black Americans. You think I'm going to listen to you niggas? Y'all got an agenda. And his administration built the Slave History Museum. He know what he's talking about. His administration built the Slave History Museum near the point on the coast from which slaves were shipped. One of his exhibitions depicts various currencies of the slave trade, such as flutes, Dane guns, and brass bells. It's not a glorious past, but it's the truth, Mr. Duke said. Mr. Duke and I is just trying to tell y'all the truth. Relax. Don't get so sensitive. That's why I went out to document it. The Zambian pastor, Saudi Francis, also feels the need to go public with his family's history. In Zambia, in a sense, it is a forgotten history, said the 45-year-old, but it is a reality to which history still holds us accountable. Mr. Chanimba's grandfather, Ali, was from the tribe of slave traders of the Bimba Kingdom, who moved from Zanzibar to establish slave markets in Zambia. He grew up hearing this history narrated with great pride by his relatives. In 2011, he decided to see the place of his ancestors' origin and traveled with his wife to Zanzibar, an island off the coast of Tanzania. Okay, let me just get to somebody else. Okay. Shame, guilt. What does he say? Some families feel cursed or burdened by their history and wish that they could be rid of it. What our ancestors did wasn't right. It wasn't right. If the Nigerians and Ghanaians today can say it wasn't right, why can't y'all Black Americans say it wasn't right? Now, I haven't been reading the comments. I'm going to get to the comments in a minute and continue after I finish this article. His great-grandfather was an Igbo slave trader. And Mr. N and his male relatives think that their own failure to produce children in a patrilineal society is a result of their family's role in bringing other people's lineages to an end. Listen to that. That's deep. He's basically saying he feels that they were cursed for what their forefathers did. Okay, so he said his great-grandfather was an Igbo slave trader. And Mr. N and his male relatives think that their own failure to produce children in a patrilineal society is a result of their family's role in bringing other people's lineages to an end. This was one of Nginga's roles. She brought a lot of families' lineage to a fucking end. I didn't think twice about believing it, Mr. N told me. He quoted a portion from the book of Exodus, which refers to God visiting the iniquities of the fathers on the children to the third and fourth generation. It's a Bible passage. You're gonna be punished. The iniquities of the fathers will be revisited on the children for generations to come. Remember that passage? Similar Bible passages have become popular in certain religious circles in Nigeria. The pastors encourage their congregation to identify patterns in their afflictions and to investigate their histories for root causes, then to ask God for forgiveness. usually after a period of fasting. In collaboration with his younger brother in England, Mr. N is now making arrangements for priests to visit the family and advise them on what steps to take to free them from their past. If not, the family will continue to go down, he said. My own family held a similar intervention in January 2018, organized by my father, who at 79 is the oldest male and head of the extended family. Members of the N family in Nigeria and around the world participated in the 3 days of prayer and fasting. On the final day, a few dozen who live nearby. Okay. Let me Let me just move on. Still, my father does not believe that the descendants of those who took part in the slave trade should now pay for those wrongs. As he points out, buying and selling human beings had been part of many African cultures as a form of serfdom. Look, long before the first white people landed on our shores. God damn it! If the Nigerians and Ghanas are teaching you that they've been enslaving people, what does it say? Long before the first white people landed on our shores, what is wrong with y'all Black Americans? Drop your pride. Stop competing with white folk. White folk already know that all humans, including themselves, participated in slavery, sold slaves, and bought slaves. Everyone did it. And though many families still retain the respect and influence accrued by their slave trading ancestors, the direct material gains have petered out over time. If anyone asks me for reparations, he said sarcastically, I would tell them to follow me to my backyard so that I can pluck some money from the tree there and give it to them. He's just admitting guilt, but he's saying he's broke. He can't pay no reparations. It's just what happened in the past. Mr. C takes a similar view. Slavery was wrong, but I do carry upon my shoulders the sins of my forefathers so that I should go around saying sorry. I don't think so. He said Mr. Duke doesn't believe that Africans should play much of a part in the American reparations conversation because the injustices the descendants of slaves suffer stem primarily from their maltreatment and deprivation in the U.S. He's right about that. I said that in the video earlier today. The reparations in America is about free labor in them cotton fields and redlining, a debt that's owed. Africans on the continent didn't have nothing to do with the free labor we had in the Americas. So a reparations payment is from America. Africans on the continent don't owe us any reparations, but they are apologizing. Okay? The Africans didn't see anything wrong with slavery, he said. Huh? The Africans didn't see anything wrong with slavery, he said. Even if the white man wasn't there, they would still use these people as their domestics. So at the beginning of this, I was letting you know that when you hear the word domestic, local, and indigenous slavery, like domestic slavery, local slavery, and domestic slavery, they're talking about slavery in their country, amongst their tribe, amongst their people. However, because the white man was now involved and the fortunes were being made, that was when criminality came into it. Mr. N wishes the matter were as straightforward as paying reparations in cash. He says that he would be willing to hand over all his family's land and houses to anyone that suffered from his grandfather's slave trading, whether in Nigeria or the U.S. I am happy to give anything as long as it would bring an end to this suffering, he said. I will do whatever it takes to appease anybody, if only I can identify the particular people we offended. As for Mr. Freak, he agrees that Africans owe something to the descendants of slaves in America. So they just have difference of ideas. Some people think Africans owe to Americans. Some people don't, but they are apologetic. So it just goes different ways. Educated Africans, listen, educated Africans need to rewrite their history. Especially, so when he says educated Africans need to rewrite their history, because at a time they didn't have a written history. You know what I'm saying? If they had a written history, you would be clear and see that they've been enslaving their own people for thousands of years in a different form of slavery than we had here in America, but slavery nonetheless. Okay? The educated Africans need to rewrite their history, especially post-colonial history, which was a kind of restorative history that tended to marginalize issues like slavery. Said part of the conversation is telling the story of our part in what was happening to African Americans today. Mr. N is a Nigerian writer and journalist. So I just wanted you to see who he was. Okay. Moving on. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. How y'all doing so far? I told you this may end up being a 3-hour thing, 2.5-hour thing. It's too in depth to just talk for 15 minutes or an hour and just bounce. So if you don't have time, come back, please. So let me just go through a few comments and see if any questions, if I need to answer some. What's up, everybody? It's a lot of names here. Well, it's not that many names. Common Men, what's happening? Triple C, how you doing, sis? Soda, George Garrison, 504 Top Level, Kaya David, Iron Lion Mike, Ivory Steel, my main man, Armchair Philosopher, High Level Network, Neptune's the Goon. Go ahead, Neptune's the Goon. I'm gonna hit you up soon. High Elevation Network, Classic Shabazz the homie. You say we'll have to catch the upload. Okay. Armchair Philosopher say go deep. DeMarcus, Common Man, Sean Blanco. Okay, Rodney. Okay, so High Elevation Network said, who didn't know Africans slowed Africans? Now, people know, but their intent is to water it down. Their intent is to continually to only blame a certain group of people. Their intent is to save face and cover for their ancestors because they're in a moral competition with the rest of the world. Instead of just breaking down this defense and saying, you know what, humans are humans, they do good, they do bad, and just keeping it simple. Okay? I'm real. Armchair Philosopher said she's already more qualified than Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark. Yeah, he's talking about the. Now, I'm gonna get to her after this. Let me put my cash up here. Let me put my cash app up here, bro. I got some heat. I'm still about to get to. Now, someone asked about my cash app, so I will oblige. Okay, there we go. All right. I mean, I don't beg much, but if somebody just feels the need, they want to just donate something to me because they say, hey, you know what, Chief X be keeping that shit real. Chief X tells the truth. He don't mean no harm. He has good intent. You know what I mean? We haven't caught Chief X in a lie ever. Chief X could have been wrong about something, but it wasn't a lie. Chief X does great business. Chief X don't owe nobody a penny, and he do more business than everybody. Chief X does some righteous shit, and he's a righteous man. Chief X was a youth counselor for 10 years. You know what I mean? Drop a brother $1, $5, $10, $20. Drop a nigga a C note. It's okay. Anyway, let me continue. Africa, as all countries of a certain time, was built off slavery of some sort. Like the reason, before I get to these other articles, and I think I got one question to answer. The reason why a lot of tribes get big and powerful and grow and shit like that. And get big and get respect. It's like you guys, like Black Americans, only be bigging up who's popular. I'm not popular. I got a small people like Chief exit. Chief. If they popular, y'all love them and will worship them. Tariq Nasheed. Even though a motherfucker be full of shit. But if history is written, they gonna say your leaders was polite and Tariq Nasheed. You know what I mean? Tariq Nasheed, Dr. Ben, and so whoever real popular, it's like, so from ancient times, Black people in America today only big up who is put out in the public or in the education system, who's real popular, and who other white folk praise and put out there for you. So since Queen Nzinga is the most popular, we got to big her up and nobody else matters and shit. Fuck the victim. Okay, let me stop being silly. George Garrison, Chief X, is there any information on which Africans were chosen for slavery by other Africans and why? You may have missed the beginning of this lecture, and I'm trying to do this so people can just kind of put the puzzle together. So I'm going through a lot of different articles and a lot of different ideas and stuff and teachings so you can kind of put the puzzle together. It's not like one point that you can make. When we have these discussions, this is where your logic comes in, right? This is where you have to use your logic and common sense and put the puzzles together. And then as a righteous, well-meaning adult, come to an honest conclusion. And if anybody honestly watches this entire video from beginning till end, there's no way you can come to an honest conclusion as a human being from so much that was put out, so many data points that are be put out tonight. Okay? Jeffreen, what's happening with you? Finally enjoying some truth. The Truth Teller. The Truth Teller Show. Yeah, so I was saying the reason why these tribes get big and expand is because they're invaders. So you may call a Portuguese an invader, but he got a ship to do it. If an African had a ship to do it, he would use his ship to invade other people. This is like common sense. So an African or Queen Nzinga, to make her nation more powerful, she has to bang on neighboring tribes and amalgamate them into hers, kidnapping, raiding, colonizing them, invading them, bullying them, killing them, stealing them, kidnapping them, enslaving them, selling the slaves. And I get richer. I get more things and values and shit. Now I'm rolling around in a Mercedes and shit all of it. Now I got this. I'm getting more powerful because I'm banging on neighboring tribes as a bully. That's how African tribes. Because if you were like, if people were listening to the beginning, I was showing that they were tribal, and I was talking about the monkeys and shit, how the chimps in the jungles bang on each other, monkey tribes. They don't like that they wasn't like getting along. It wasn't about no nationality. It was me against you, us against y'all. You know what I mean? People didn't respect neighboring tribes. As far as I can see, and from far as the information I spoke on earlier. You get what I'm saying? Bro, it's so much shit I wanted to break down, but I didn't want to have people here for 4 hours. 1 million white folk, the same time African Americans was being brought on to America on ships from 1600 to 1900. 1 million white folk was being enslaved in North Africa. It's called the Barbary Wars, the Barbary slavery, or sometimes they call it the Wars of Tripoli. So if you look up the wars of Tripoli, the Barbary Wars, them pirates, North Africans, them Berbers was banging. You come up and down this Mediterranean Sea and rolling around here, you Europeans, whether you're from Italy, whether you're from Spain, whether you're from Rome, Italy, Spain, France, if you a Viking coming through there, Turkey, wherever, them pirates was banging on them ships, capturing them and taking Europeans into slavery for 300 years, and it's estimated 1 million of them. They didn't give a fuck what race you are. This slavery shit ain't about because you black or because you African. It's about dominating a weaker nation, period. No matter what the fuck color you is. I was doing so much goddamn research. I said the Vikings were slave traders. The Vikings was enslaving other Europeans like cold. But out of all the slavery I read, the Vikings were the least brutal when they was enslaving. You know what I mean? It's a trip. It's so much shit on slavery. But yeah, the Barbary slavery. That's when Berbers and Arabs, Berbers and Arabs collaboratively was banging on any European coming anywhere through the Mediterranean or along any coast, snatching them up. Everybody got banged on. What stopped the Barbary Wars was it George Washington? The president of the United States, I believe it was George Washington, I stand to be corrected, he entered the Barbary Wars all the way from motherfucking America. And they got to the Mediterranean, and the Europeans and the Americans fought back. Because I think they had even captured some Americans in the Barbary War times. So America entered into it. They didn't give a fuck before, but once we got captured, the Americans entered in the European nations and the United States of America through George Washington, shut that shit down, and the Barbary Wars and slavery with white folks stopped. That shit was recent, from 1600 to 1900. I'm not making this up. They didn't give a fuck who you are, what race you was. If you wasn't them, they gonna get you. Right now, I can roll through the hood and say some shit, nigga. This is 89th Street Family Swan Blood. I can't go through Compton saying that shit. They not me. We're not each other. They don't give a fuck about me. But anyway, what was that? Now, I posted this video a year ago, and basically this video here tells you, the Ghanaians in this video tells you slavery's gone on long before the white man. It's implemented all into the traditional religious systems, and that's how you know it's before the Arab. Let's just watch this real quick. No, let me get to something else first. That's me in Ghana. Oh, I remember, this is the one I was looking for. Remember, because I said I've been to Aburi. This is in the mountains of Tutu in Aburi for a Ghana tour. This is when I went in 2019 and 2020. So I just wanted to show I was in Aburi. Okay. But that's not what I want to get to right now. Oh, this is a video about them boats. But I have to play this This might be 10 minutes. I might walk away, but you know, guys, you guys, please stay tuned. I got a lot of information to drop. I just want to play this reading for about 10 minutes. Then I'm gonna spin off this and double down on it with some other information that I got that collaborates, okay? So I also got some video from the professor of Ghana University letting you know about indigenous slavery out of her own mouth. I don't have to listen to anyone in America named Annie Herrit or Sean from the Maasai clan or anyone else be in denial sitting here in America reading their own cherry-picked books. I can read the book by the Ghanaian scholar and listen to the information from Nigerians and Ghanas. Fuck y'all. We putting this truth out there. I don't care how much you hate about it. Now listen, let's go through this and do this.
Ren L rated, peace. We sit around and talk about the same things because we like the subjects. Like, we just like the subject matter. That's all. You know what I mean? You're welcome to sit around and chat it up with us and listen to the content. You know what I mean? But we like the subject matter. We trying to learn this shit. We trying to see where we wrong, where we need to fix our stuff. You know what I mean?
Pause. By the way, let me give a shout out to Chef Reen and Chef Reen only of the Pseudo Killers. Okay?
Things we need to correct, so we like the subject matter. So here we go. Confronting the slave legacy of the African slave trade. Historically, West Africa is associated with the slave, gold, and ivory trades, perhaps most often the former. West Africa is also the place of the origin of voodoo, the only indigenous African religion to survive the transatlantic slave trade and remain in practice in the Americas today. The historical roots of racial discrimination in the United States.
Hey, look, I forgot to show y'all this. Wait a minute. I bought this in Ghana. It's an old ancient instrument they used to play, and I totally forgot the name of it. Y'all know I'm old and I got a bad memory, but it's just an instrument. Hey, my grandbaby was getting down on this one day. Okay, let me get back to this. Oops.
States today can be traced back to North African slavery and the kidnapping of more than 20 million Africans. It is easily assumed, therefore, that the African slave trade pit brutal gun-wielding European slave traders against unsuspecting passive African victims. While the Dutch, Spanish, Portuguese, English, and French slave traders were often brutal, they were not always working alone. Many Africans were also complicit in this victimization. Pre-colonial empires such as Dahomey and Ashanti, located in what is now Benin and Ghana, where slave ports at Odea and Elmina flourished, accumulated enormous wealth and power as a result of the trade of their fellow Africans. Do y'all hear this? Okay, shall I continue? In fact, Europeans often, listen to this, y'all. In fact, now this is what we're going to have to figure out, right? I'm reading from pbs.org, Infinite Minds. What was I about to say? Oh yeah. Now, this is the point of, this is going to be one of the biggest points of contention, right? Let me read it again. It says, in fact, Europeans often acted as junior partners to African rulers. I'm gonna read that again. In fact, Europeans often acted as junior partners to African rulers, merchants, and middlemen in the slave trade along the West African coast from the mid-15th century on. This is saying that Europeans acted as middlemen, meaning the trade was already going on of Africans. The Africans was already doing it, and the Europeans just got in on the trade. Wow. In fact, Europeans often acted as junior partners to African rulers, merchants, and middlemen in the slave trade along the West African coast from the mid-15th century on. Two factors contributed to this dependency: the coastal geography and the diseases of West Africa. Seasonal wind patterns along the Atlantic coast of Africa generated heavy surf and dangerous cross currents, which in turn buffeted a land almost entirely lacking in natural harbors. All right, so what this is saying is that the West African coastline was so rough that they didn't have many natural harbors. So Europeans couldn't even dock in harbors to even get inland, on land, to get inland, to even participate in the slave trade. Do y'all hear that? Now, this is nature. This is nature. This don't have nothing to do with anybody ideology. This don't have nothing to do with religion. This is saying basically through natural through the nature of the geography of the West African coast, Europeans was at a disadvantage to even get to Africa, for those big boats to even get to the coast of Africa. So what was happening? Now let's keep reading. Okay. It says hazardous offshore reefs and sandbars complicated the matter even further for seafarers along the West African coast. European commerce in West Africa took place, therefore, most often on ships anchored well away from the shore and dependent on skilled African canoemen whose ability to negotiate across the hazardous stretch of water between the mainland and the waiting ships made the Atlantic trade possible. Do y'all hear that? It was the Africans, right? And their ability to cut across the currents and the winds and the sand dunes, right? And the reefs and their smaller hull canoes, right?
But wait a minute. He said them canoes. So when Sheffrin read that and he said them canoes, it took me back. Cause when I went to Ghana, I said I'm gonna do it because I'm looking at them boats. Because before I went to Ghana, we was talking about ships, and I was like, they didn't build ships like that, right? And I said they had canoes. I said the Native American and the Ghanaians had canoes, right? So watch this. Wait a minute. So I lined this up to show you. Wait a minute. That ain't it. Okay, here we go. These them damn ships right here. Watch, because I made this video. So this is not me talking now, but just listen. These them same boats. I'm here in Ghana. This is at the slave dungeon outside towards the beach. But these are them same boats that they built. Same boats they've been having for thousands of years. Never no ship. These boats could never cross that large body ocean in Atlantic. I've been seeing these boats everywhere since I've been in Ghana. I mean, these boats is everywhere, y'all. I paused it real quick. These boats is everywhere. Everywhere I'm driving, we drove and I'm taking pictures, right? I got pictures of these boats. They fishing boats, and this is how they got around. I said they didn't have no ships. So when I'm in Ghana, I understand that these nice motor ships they got or were left from the British or they buy nowadays because they have I guess like a small little Coast Guard or a little Navy now. But these are boats and stuff that they buy from European nations, right? So let me just continue this video. Okay, everywhere, all along the beaches, what they fishing, same way they done for thousands of years and never had a ship that can cross a large body ocean. So look, see out there, along the shore, along the coast, you can roll. Along the coast, you can roll. But these canoes cannot cross a large body ocean in rough water. It will tip over, die, everybody will flood, it'll break that wood up. I've been in the Navy and I know. So save that shit. People who built ships, the Portuguese advanced shipbuilding technology. And that's when they began human trafficking. In the 1300s, late 1390s or something, shipbuilding technology improved to be able to cross large body oceans and bring Negroes to the Americas, Brazil, and places like that. That's when human trafficking started, when shipbuilding technology improved. No Egyptians, no West Africans ever sailed to the Americas. These them same boats. Okay. See what I'm saying? Them same boats. Right? I went to Africa and done this research for y'all. I'm the one who bring this information back. Let's be clear. Let's be clear for a second before I finish up the last 5 minutes of Chef Ring going in. Let's be clear. Anybody talking about slavery in Africa in today, right now, over the last few weeks? The topic spun from Chief X. People are streaming. They streaming 30 hours about this overall. They streaming about 7, 8. People are streaming for about 40 hours based off Chief X's claims and info he came back to give y'all. This topic wouldn't be a topic over the last 2 weeks if it wasn't for Chief X. Before that, when people were talking about Egypt for the last 5, 6 months, they all talking about Chief X topic. So let me be the one to shut this bullshit down and close the case. I started it and I'm going to finish it. And after tonight, I don't want to hear no Black American ever, unless you're just a habitual liar and deceitful, no Black American, after watching this entire discussion, should ever say out your mouth again that them African chiefs and people, the Africans, wasn't selling Africans to the European prior to the white man coming to them shores, even prior to the Arab. That shouldn't come out your mouth no more. You got cats in these scholarship groups up out here talking about they writing books and they the real scholars and we know the real sources and shit and niggas and they ain't all it and can't and had no clue. I'm talking about a leader of one of these groups. Let me just go ahead and say, Kofi Paisai, you had no clue there was indigenous slavery before the white man and the European. And no one on your team has a clue. And y'all are supposed to be some West African so-called scholars. Either you're lying, watering it down, trying to save face, or all the above. Either you're lying or naive as fuck. And not educated as you think you are. I tell you, I'm Big Brother around here. In 2021, I'm the fucking elder, okay? Let's put that. I don't give a fuck if you like me or not. I'm the motherfucking elder today. It's a new motherfucking day. It's a Sante gang today. I told you, we're remodeling this conscious community. Didn't I tell you at the beginning of the year? I said, Chief X, I said, I'm remodeling the conscious community. I got to move these motherfucking elders out the way because they miseducated you. A couple of them are cult leaders. Y'all are in a cult and you've been in a cult. And Chief X is changing all that single-handedly. I'm just talking shit. Y'all know, huh? Let me stop. Okay, let me get back to, where was I at? Back to Chevron.
They was the ones who was bringing the slaves to the boats, to the European ships, in their canoes. First point. Okay. Even in places where Europeans were able to conduct trade on the mainland, their presence was limited by an epidemiological situation that impeded their livelihood and threatened their lives. Malaria, dysentery, yellow fever, and other diseases reduced the few Europeans living and trading along the West African coast to a chronic state of ill health and earned Africa the name white man's grave. In this environment, European merchants were rarely in a position to call the shots. Okay, again, hit that like button. What this is saying, this article is saying, is that not only the rough African, this is from PBS.org.
Okay, let me just pause this real quick. Like, it was another article I read that was letting you know, we can go back to it later on. You guys can review it or whatever. If you just jumped in, actually you should. If you just coming on a little late, you should rewind this to the beginning. Because this is something you get to follow from the first minute up until the end, okay? But, what was my damn point? Initially, you know what? Let me let this finish because I might mess something up.
African slavery, PBS.org. There's an article written on PBS.org. But African science, we're definitely going to look and see if we can corroborate these things that's in this this article. So by no means is I'm saying that this article is the end all be all. We're going to look at things that can corroborate the things that they're saying in this article. So
bam. Thanks for that, Chef Ron, because we are what? We're truth seekers. Sincere truth seekers. We don't just take something on face value. We do further research and corroborate it. I'm a sincere truth seeker. That's why I'm not liked, because I'm not here to get along. I may totally disagree with whatever clique I'm fucking with. That's why I'm canceled now. Think I give a fuck? But let's go.
You know what I mean? So what it's saying is basically that the Africans, not only that Africa geographically, West Africa had a harsh coastal line that Europeans couldn't even, that we didn't have natural harbors, too many natural harbors because of the rough seas, right? And if you ever been to an island, for y'all Americans, you know, American blacks, when you go to the islands, or if you go like to Ocean City or anywhere off with a coast to the sea. Any place resort that's close to that have a ocean coast. You'll see that it's certain parts of the island that's made of beaches, right? That you can swim in. And then there's certain parts of the island where it's just rough as hell and you don't never see people swimming over there and you don't see boats over there or nothing, right? So that if you ever, all right, for instance, like if you ever go to Cuba, right? Cuba have very small beach lines, right? On the Havana side, right? Is other beach areas on the opposite side of the island. But on the Havana side, the sea is choppy as hell. So it's basically saying like, you know, the majority of the West African coast.
I paused it for a second because I had to read. This is at Asin Manso, Old Stolen African Market in the central region of Ghana. This is where I was here. We are here I'm just reading what Bomani listed. We are here reflecting on our stolen African ancestors and us returning to the motherland. On this visit, we covered Ancestral Lawn, Memorial Wall of Return, Ancestral River Park, Slave River, Last Bath, and the first Oath to Return. This is the 17th Ghana tour on our 13th year anniversary journey from December. Okay, so I just showed the picture, but let Chef Ron continue.
It's rough as hell.
We got 2 minutes and we finish. I'll be back.
It's hard for, you know, ships to get real close to inland without wrecking their ship. So it was the Africans who negotiated the season, negotiated the coastline in their smaller canoes, right? And then they had coral reefs. And then they also talked about how the disease that the white man would encounter in West Africa was also another hindrance for them to be able to take over that trade, right? So only thing I'm establishing is that there were Africans that conducted the trade, that had to be the backbone of the slave trade in order for it to happen. In order for it to happen, it was Africans. That's a hard pill to swallow. I know. Trust me. Okay. Furthermore, when Europeans first initiated a trading relationship with West Africans in the mid-15th century, they encountered well-established and highly developed political organizations and competitive regional commercial networks. Boom. I'm gonna say that again. Listen to what we just read. It says, furthermore, I'm down at the third paragraph. It says, furthermore, when Europeans first initiated a trading relationship with West Africans in the mid-15th century, they encountered well-established and highly developed political organizations and competitive regional commercial networks. So this is saying that the Africans were organized already when the Europeans got there. These wasn't some wild Africans just living in the bush, you know what I mean? All of that. It's nothing like that. It's the Africans were well established and organized, meaning they had structured societies. And then it goes even further. It says that they had well established and competitive regional commercial networks. So the networks of trading and commerce was all.
I paused it. Hold on. I paused it. You know, this picture here, this lady was so damn nice and sweet. She was so damn nice and sweet. I had to support her. See, I have money in my hand, right? So I had, I spend with the locals when I was there. Right? This was at the W. Du Bois Center for Pan-African Culture on our city tour in Accra. We was in Accra here. Right? And I bought this whole motherfucking banana thing from her. I bought some bananas and passed it out to everybody on the bus. And we had these little mini bananas. I had to support it. She was the sweetest lady I met in Ghana. And she wasn't on a tour, but she was actually a Ghanaian citizen. And I just fell in love with her. Nothing physical, not like that, but I'm just saying she was just that damn sweet. I think I just bought some damn bananas from her and gave her a little money. Because she was out working. It was hot. You know what I'm saying? It was a hot fucking summer. So I went from my birthday is December 27th. So I went for my 50th birthday on Christmas Eve after I left a fight night. And I seen the Charlo brothers fight and hung out with a couple fighters, Tommy Hearns and shit. And then that next day, I hit the flight and went to Ghana on Christmas Eve. Celebrating my birthday in Ghana, and that's summertime. I just gave her some money because it was hot. I seen her hustling hard, you know what I mean? These women out there be hustling hard, bro. Listen to what I'm telling you. These sisters be hustling hard, trying to make it, bro. Everybody needs to go to Ghana. Go to West Africa. Stop spending your fucking money in North Africa. Go to West Africa and help your family. I gave her some money, and she was hustling hard. It was hot, and she was just trying to make it for her and her baby. She might have had a few more children at the house. I just had to say that about this picture because it touched me. Okay, go ahead, Chef. And we're gonna end this one real quick. And I got some more daggers. Stay tuned. We going in tonight.
Already put together by the Africans. The European did not put nothing together for the Africans. They already had their organizations together, meaning their political bodies. They knew who the hell was in charge, right? They respected it. And they also had commerce and trade and networks between each other. So there was already a trade going on between Africans. We wasn't backwards.
I paused it. So I just wanted to explain. You see, they put the white on this day. I don't know what I was rebelling against this day. I think they were going to do some kind of spiritual ceremony, whatever. I don't know what happened, but you see, I was a little different. I'm sitting here bent down with the Ghanaian cat. I mentioned these Ghanaian tour guys and said, "What is Chief X show?" Got a lot of questions because I was asking questions. After every tour, I took the tour guide aside, whoever else was around him, and I wanted to have a discussion. I'm asking them, "Do you think Ghanaians sell to the Americans?" And I just wanted to get their opinion. And I got a video on that, and we had a discussion about Ghanaians selling to America before Columbus. It was hilarious. Y'all had to be there, but you know what I'm saying. So I got questions. The next time I go, I'm gonna go with the same tour group, but I ain't gonna hang around because I've been there. And I'm going to go on a mission. I got a little lady friend and a homie out there. I'm just going to go on my own mission, but I'll just meet up with them at certain times throughout the 10 days. You know what I mean? But the next time I go, since I'm familiar, I know what to do and know where to go, I'm going to act the goddamn fool the next time and just have some fun. Okay? But this was like more so an educational tour and a birthday present to myself. You did?
Well-organized societies already We was not backwards. And we were trading with each other. We had trade networks like any other people. Do y'all see this shit?
This orphanage needs y'all help. The locals in North Africa don't need your help. These kids right here don't have no family. They ain't got no parents. She told me, the lady who runs this orphanage, I asked her, do they get money from the government? You guys get money from the government to run your orphanage? She said, no. We run off of philanthropy and individuals such as yourself who come here and visit and donate. I threw the lady $100 for the orphanage. Then I went to the bathroom and it was such a stench because of no plumbing. I've cried about that several times just talking about it. That's how much my feelings was involved and how real I was. Let me stop talking. I might break down crying right now about this shit. Oh, shit. Go ahead, Chef Reed.
All right. Domestic slave ownership, as well as domestic and international slave trades in West Africa, preceded the late 15th century origins of the Atlantic slave trade. I'm going to read that again. It says domestic slave ownership, as well as domestic international slave trades in West Africa, preceded the late 15th century origins of the Atlantic slave trade. Did y'all hear that? There was already domestic slavery in these African societies that these Europeans encountered. There was already trade, and there were already slaves. Now let's keep reading. Since most West African societies did not recognize private property and land, slaves functioned as one of the only profitable means of production individuals could own. Why do they always say that chattel slavery was new to the Africans? Did y'all hear what I just read? They always, when they talk about they say it wasn't chattel slavery, right? They throw out that word chattel, right? It's a spooky word now. Now this is something that only Europeans and Arabs did. It was a particular form of slavery that they try to rip off to us, right? That Africans might have had war captives, right? But they didn't have chattel slavery. Now, let me read this line again. It says, since most West African societies did not recognize private property in land, slaves functioned as one of the only profitable means of production individuals could own.
Pause. This is what I mean by the sisters in Ghana be hustling hard. Where they have a baby on their back and an entire kitchen on top of their head. An entire vending kit, you know what I mean? On their head. What's on her head is for sale. It's hot that summer. These people are working hard to make it. Why would you go to Egypt? Why would you disrespect your ancestors and turn your nose up and run your ignorant ass to Egypt? Now let me stop. Hey, no, I'm going to go to Egypt one day. But I'm going to document it different. Just like I'm documenting Ghana different. I ain't trying to go along, get along. I'm trying to tell the truth. People need to put history and information out as it is. It'll solve a lot of racism. Y'all are rabid racists. That's your problem. I'm about black power. I'm about real black power. And being about black power does not mean hating other groups. I don't hate nobody. I judge every human and every individual on an individual basis. I mean, one time I really don't take donations. I never like I've been a long Facebooker, right? I've never like put up a GoFundMe or anything like that for me. But one time I wanted to buy a capsule making machine. So me and my business partner had an idea, and we was gonna have every herb you can think of, turmeric, everything, moringa, every herb. And when the community or people need capsules to order wholesale, we was gonna provide that for you and have them capsulated in a package bag and everything. Any herb anybody needs. This was a plan at one time. We was gonna buy a capsule making machine and all the herbs and make capsules, and anybody who needed any kind of herbs or whatever, they can buy wholesale from us. We was gonna be the first herbal company who encapsulates their own shit. And we was gonna be big, but some other ideas popped up. But anyway, I forgot my damn point again. Oh, I don't remember. The only time in that time I remember I asked, you know what, I might be asking y'all for a little help and donation. I might put up a GoFundMe because this is the idea, and I ran my plan down to my Facebook audience, right? It was like, oh yeah, cool. I said, man, I may. And I didn't add, nobody donated to me but one person. And he was a black dude who was a Christian married to a white woman. And of all these black power cats on my page, this cat who's a Christian married to a white woman who y'all would clown threw me a couple $100. So I judge people on an individual basis. I'm 52. Oh, no, I'm 51. But I'm a little wiser and mature than I used to be when I was 30. You get what I'm saying? I just got off on a tangent. One more minute. We're about to be finished.
Now, they're going to try to redefine chattel, but we're going to put the definition of chattel on the goddamn screen. All right? We're going to define these words so they can't get around them. So they can't get around them, right? Okay. West Africans therefore acquired and expressed wealth in terms of dependent people, whether as kin, clients, or slaves. West Africans therefore acquired and expressed wealth in terms of dependent people, whether as kin, clients, or slaves. Moreover, caravan routes had long linked sub-Saharan African peoples with North Africa and the wider Mediterranean and Middle Eastern worlds. Not only was slavery an established institution in West Africa, therefore European traders arrived, but Africans, before European traders arrived, let me read that again. Not only was slavery an
Wait a minute, I had to pause there real quick. I was just tripping on this picture going back. This is like my tour group. We're hanging out here at the One Africa Resort in Elmina, Ghana. Right, and we stayed here for 2 nights, I believe. The lady here that runs it, I forget her name, but she lives off the grid, right? She's an American black lady who bought this resort, who owns it, and when Americans travel there, we stay there. So we stayed here for 2 days. She's off the grid, meaning ain't no warm shower. She ain't paying no gas bills. You gotta take a cold shower. You got to. I'd be like, God damn, I couldn't take no cold shower. But anyway, I was looking right here. This youngster in the background. I don't know if y'all can see my arrow on the stream. Can you? This is my little homie right here. He was how old was he? I think he was a high schooler who was 16 and he went on a trip with his mama. He stayed up under me the whole time. He just loved the game I was giving him. Then he wanted to come back to the States and hustle some edibles and shit. With his friend. I said, nah, you 16. I can't sell you no shit. But everybody was, I'm sitting here lit. But this youngster right here, I forget his name. He was up under me the whole time. I had to chop it up. He loved me. Anyway, let me get back.
Established institution in West Africa before European traders arrived. I'm going to read it again. Not only was slavery an established institution in West Africa before European traders arrived, but Africans were also involved in a trans-Saharan trade in slavery along these routes. I mean, but this article could be lying, right? This article could be from white people. Or this article could be from people who don't know shit about Africa, right? But we have something for that. We have something for that. Okay. I'm going to read that over. Where was I at? All right. Not only was slavery an established institution in West Africa before European traders arrived, but Africans were also involved in a trans-Saharan trade in slavery, in slaves along these routes. What routes are we talking about? Remember those commercial routes between the different African nations that I had mentioned in the first paragraph that we read in this article, okay? African rulers and merchants were thus able to tap into pre-existing methods and networks of enslavement to supply European demand for slaves. African rulers and merchants were...
It's almost over. We got some more daggers after this. Just hold on 1 second. It's almost over.
Were thus able to tap into pre-existing methods and networks of enslavement to supply European demand for slaves. Okay. Enslavement was most often a Enslavement was most often a byproduct of a local warfare, kidnapping. Start this line over. Enslavement was most often a byproduct of local warfare, kidnapping, or the manipulation of religious and judicial institutions. Look, this is sick at this point. This is sick at this point. This is sick at this point. Listen to what this just said. Now, we all know that people put the word POWs, prisoners of war. Prisoners of war always got put to work. All right, that's one form of slavery. We ain't talking about that, right? Because we know that happened everywhere, right? If you didn't kill everybody, you enslaved them, right? You had work to be done. And you sold the excess of people, right? For other people who needed stuff done. So that was common. Nobody denies that form of slavery in Africa. But listen to what this says again. It says, It was a byproduct of local warfare and kidnapping, or the manipulation of religious and judicial institutions. Man, so y'all think the religious shit that they're talking about is the Arab shit, don't y'all? Y'all think they're talking about Islam in particular or Christianity. No, they talking about indigenous religious systems, indigenous African societies and their religions, right? Who are using their religion to enslave people. Judicial, right? The religions were using their religion to adjudicate people, right? And to sentence them into slavery through the religion. They created gods around this shit. Indigenous African gods that overseen the capture and the enslavement of people. And sometimes their own people. This don't have nothing to do with Arabs and Islam. This don't have nothing to do with Christians, with Europeans and Christianity. We're talking about Africans. It said they were kidnapping. So strike the warfare part of slavery, right? The POWs out of the situation. Now they going to kidnapping. We were thinking that the European was the ones that was, hold up. We were thinking that it was the Europeans that was just running up into Africa, right? Kidnapping Africans. Where they did that, it was minor. Most of the time, it was Africans doing the kidnapping. Now let's keep reading. African rulers and merchants were thus able to tap into pre-existing methods and networks of enslavement to supply European demand for slaves. Enslavement was most often a byproduct of local warfare, kidnapping, or the manipulation of religious and judicial institutions. Military, political, and religious authority within West Africa determined who controlled access to the Atlantic slave trade. And some African elites, such as those in the Dahomey and Ashanti empires, took advantage of this control and used it to their profit by enslaving and selling other Africans to European traders. Now, they just mentioned the Dahomey and the Ashanti. And they told y'all in this article what these people did. They were enslaving Africans, kidnapping them, and selling them to Europeans. It is important to distinguish, okay, now, this article is going to give what Uncle and them was saying credit. So they're not ruling out none of this, but they told the harsh reality first. Now, let's get into more of it. It says, it is important to distinguish between...
Okay, Chef almost finished. Chef Reen almost finished. But I just wanted you to see what I have underlined. Read the last sentence. From war captives, they have slaves already, right? It says the fourth category, the war captive, as the name implies, was acquired through warfare. He or she was distinguished from the slave because he or she could be redeemed. So a war captive who just wasn't someone born into slavery could be redeemed. But they separately had slaves who may not be a war captive, just some shit they've done business to do. Shut your mouth talking to me. What Polite said, speak nice to me.
European slavery and African slavery. In most cases, slavery systems in Africa were more like indentured servitude, in that the slave retained some rights, and children born to slaves were generally born free. The slaves could be released from servitude and join a family clan. In contrast, European slaves were chattel or property who were stripped of their rights. The cycle of slavery was perpetual. Children of slaves would by default also be slaves. Okay, so it's saying that Europeans, right, practice their form of slavery in some cases. Now, this is not a blanket statement.
Let me pause this. Since this is just on my mind, let me just pause this. I've been saying Shepard's almost finished, but I think he's actually got a couple more minutes left. But it was so something like people think that Europeans was just there in their quarters around the coast, and they were just ravaging, taking any black they can see. No, they had business with some people who were just untouchable, right? They was doing business with Ghanaians regarding slavery. You don't want to mess up your business. You want them to help you and they help you. You get what I'm saying? So like, oops, did I lose the page? Here we go. They was even transporting some of Ghana's personal slaves to them, for them by ship as well. It's crazy. Wait a minute. You see at the bottom it says slaves increased in Ghana because of the Portuguese. So in other words, what I'm saying is, because I'm gonna get to this later. Like, say Portuguese needed say the Ghanaians needed a batch of slaves to buy from whatever market, I don't know, right? And they had the Portuguese transport the slaves for them, and here you go, Ghana. And whatever they did with them, or they resold, I don't know. It was some strange business going on. That's all I'm saying. But I'm gonna get to that later.
This is not a blanket statement. I know most people are going to take this as a blanket statement. So let me read it again and tell y'all where y'all about to fuck up at. Hit that like button, y'all. We going in. It is important to distinguish between European slavery and African slavery. In most cases, slavery systems, it says in most cases, slavery. Listen, in most cases, it says in most cases. Hold on, let me send out this, the pseudo killers asking for the link. Let me send out this link. I guess they won't come in and beat me up for reading, but I'm not even halfway in yet because I'm going to go into some documents and establish some of the points that this article is making. And I'm going to disprove some of the claims that they're making also. All right, so let me send out this link, but what y'all think so far? Do this article sound like it's on point? Or do y'all have an issue with some of the things that we've read in this article so far? Remember, this is the PBS.org article on the slave kingdoms of Africa. So what y'all think? Hit that like button, y'all. Hit that like button.
Look at look what they're over here. Look at your Masi. The Hausa, traders from modern Nigeria, and the Maasai, traders of Burkina Faso. What is it? Were professional long distance traders. I'm just being messing with the people right now. But the Maasai had that shit down. I wonder when the Maasai was doing some trading, did they shoot the white man? Let me stop messing with the folks. Okay, let me get back.
I do romanticize Africa a little bit, though. I'm not gonna lie. But I try to keep it in context. All right, let me get this up here. I'm gonna grab the link for the pseudo killers.
You know what? I think he is finished. Hold on.
I'm gonna finish reading this article in a minute. And
place, which only makes sense to me. You know, it's just rarely does somebody come in and change the whole dynamic of one society, even if they come in and colonize or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he has some more to say, but I'm gonna finish with that. Okay. But I got some shit I'm about to break to. Let me share some more. So look, when I've been overviewing and in hindsight and throughout my research and throughout putting my mind together with what I seen when I was there and just getting a whole understanding of this and talk, it's like they come to the Europeans come to the shore, and I'm going to show you shortly. Initially, trading ivory and gold, right? So sometimes you might come one year, the first time. You don't just show up at the show. You try to meet, you greet, you might share some, how you doing? And you get a dialogue going with the people. This is business. This is how you do it. It ain't just a wow, we just coming here. Y'all, in your minds, you think that because all you've done was watch slavery movies in Black America. So you're not thinking about the business side, how things start off and jump off. So look, they begin to trade meat the first time. Then they might come again a month or two later or whatever. You know what I mean? Then they might not come at all. Then they might come the next year. You know what I mean? Then another year, you know what I mean? And they've developed a relationship. Now, after the third damn year, and they see y'all got a somewhat of a indigenous slave market, I'm going to show y'all. They say, hey, damn, we need some laborers. Can we trade for some slaves? Right? Like, we need some laborers too. Can we trade for some slaves? Then they do a little slave trading business. Nothing big just jumping off yet. Oh, okay. Well, that's good business. These people are helping, doing farming and getting down, and you know what I mean, they planting rice and just doing their thing over here. Let's get one, and it just snowballs. Then, like when I was at the slave castle, the slave dungeon. I don't like to say castle. When I was at the slave dungeon, they said the Ghanaians and the Portuguese got together and built the dungeons. And I just like, huh? It threw me. And I said, huh, okay. And above in this section is the British officials, not British. Yeah, later, because later became the British. Is the no. Let me not. But anyway, the European officials. So I'm just trying to cover all West and Central. So let me just keep it simple. The British or the Portuguese officials will stand in these quarters at the dungeon. Then time goes by. Then they encroach a little more and establish maybe some housing outside of the shores and the castles. And they're slowly encroaching over the year 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 and 10, where you have some families in Ghana that are European. You get what I'm saying? And the more you encroach, the more you lay your political laws down. So first of all, you got to understand this. When Europeans first came to the shores, like when you first can't make contact, the Africans are impressed. It's friendly. Wow. It's like if you're in a hood, you grew up in Watts, in a hood, just hood, Watts and Compton and shit. And then you've never been nowhere ever, but in your hood. And then someone says, hey, let me take you outside of your hood. Let me take you somewhere. And they take you to Las Vegas. And you're like this. Vegas, they doing like this. Wow, this is amazing. They're advanced in this area. The technology, oh my, you get shook. Let me tell y'all some psychology. Oh, there's literature backing this. You fucking with Chief X. You're impressed by a more advanced people sharing things and ideas with you that you never seen or knew about. What kind of big old ships and nice ships you got? We only have canoes. Y'all are special. This is how shit happens. And you encroach. And you may take on their religion. Because you think they're smarter than you. Not innately, but they just developed at a quicker time than you. Like today, 2021. See, people are like even when I go to Ghana, the Ghanaians, they say the things of beauty here is that shit that the British built. Shit a black American would never say out their mouth. But in Ghana, the Ghanaians was saying this to me when I'm chit-chatting and talking, shooting the shit. Everything of beauty. He said everything of beauty here is the British built and left. I said, huh? And it got me to thinking anymore. So in 2021, and it's not being, we're just being real. Ghana is an underdeveloped nation. It's an underdeveloped country. Everyone knows that. I mean, that's not no shade or anything. We're just being real right now. Ghana is an underdeveloped country, period. It is just is. This is a reality. So that's why I say, get to Ghana. I can't wait to go back. Because I love the people. So my point anyway. So you lay your politics down and you encroach and you encroach and you encroach to the point where your political mind and your political laws and rules begin to set up systems and governments in the area you're encroaching on. Like Africa today emulates Europe and America and has a government when they like it's called you're colonizing politically, and at the same time you macking and you shooting game, you're encroaching, and you're also stealing resources. You pimping, you're macking, you're lying, you're doing game, but you're doing it in a way where it's enabling this business slave trade operation to go down. Because if not, it would be way more difficult. You niggas would have never ran up and just made it up all inland, all easy, and done that. Also, through all this research, I'm learning that different tribes and shit is armed like a motherfucker. All up in the forest and shit. I'm at one of the museums, right? And I'm looking, we couldn't take, I wish, everybody who, you can't take pictures and do videos in the museums there. It's not like they're all fancy stuff. That's just their rule. So I don't have any pictures or videos from, they watch, you just, out of respect, you just don't do it. So that's why people know right now, you don't see a lot of pictures of the insides of the museums in Ghana. But they had this gun, this old, primitive rifle up in the casing. So I'm like, what the fuck is this? So, my nosy ass, I ask questions. I want to know. Talking to the tour guide, did y'all produce guns? He said, no. They had it in this year. Had it in this year. We traded for it. So I'm like, it's pockets. You're in other words, you're not running through no forest that you don't know nothing about. That is foreign to you. Up on niggas with guns. You see what I'm saying? So everything is strategy and politicking. We arm this batch with weapons. Then they fight this batch, kill off them and enslave that tribe. Now we got slaves. We gave them some guns and now we got a whole bunch of slaves and shit. We bend, we do this, This is the business talk. As you encroaching, you're politicking. It was many different tribes, especially the big one. And it's Queen Nzinga. Where do you think she was getting her guns and fighting this? They had some primitive shit, but it's a weapon that one group didn't have. You arm one tribe and they go out and snatch up shit, kidnap, raid, and just start. They'll make up an argument just so they can raid you. It was a demand and they was going to supply it. This business. Niggas, bro, I'm reading shit. They said, niggas just starting shit. So they can raid you, start war, and get some captives so we can get this motherfucking money and so we can ride around with Dayton's on the low. You know what I'm saying? That's what it was about. Shit, the rabbit hole goes deep on this. It just do. This, really, if you just really think about it, this is a topic we ain't never, only college professors say this. No scholars in the conscious community will teach. But a real college professor, like real people, credentials, they'll tell you this story. That's why they hate Skip Gates now. Skip Gates, Skip Gates is the realest. He's put the best documentaries out ever regarding Black Americans' history. Yeah, in America, you know what I mean? But let me just go. Look here. They encroach in this business. This is a subject not many has really even researched or delved into to even have a decent conversation with you about it. I'm trying. I'm new at this subject. But in the last, but I've been studying it longer than most of y'all because I had this book 2 years ago when you niggas never heard of it. So I'm more of an expert than you niggas, and y'all didn't wrote books. I ain't even finished. We might be halfway through right now. Some of y'all might have to come back and get this goodness. 2 years ago, you wasn't none of y'all. Only Chief X was talking about this shit. Let's just keep this shit real. So all I'm saying is I'm not doing. It's just a subject, and I like learning and something that we are starting to deal with. And it's been a topic people talking about for the last 2 weeks. I said, let me put my 2 cents in. Since I inspired you. You dig? Let me just put my 2 cents in and end it. I started it, I'm going to end it. But since we haven't delved into the conversation, a lot of this shit is alarming. A lot of this shit is sensitive to y'all. I mean, it is what it is. Even Ghanaians in academia are starting to teach this. And remember, because they got amnesia. And everybody kind of made a pact to just blame it 100% on the white man. Watch this. Let's go. Y'all wanted this smoke? I got it. You wanted this smoke. Hey, got my homegirl, a bitch tired. I love your name. A bitch tired. A bitch is tired. She's tired of the bullshit. What's up, Aku? You see, say a bitch tired. Well, I love that name. Okay, what that say? Willful amnesia. How Africans forgot and remembered their role in the slave trade. They speak on the Ghana year of return and shit like that. Actually, I went around the year of return, but I wasn't really, it just so happened to coincide. I simply was going for my 50th birthday. My birthday's on December 27th, right? And I haven't had a real, like nothing huge on my birthday since I was a child. On December 27th, which is my birthday, everybody is broke because they didn't spend all their money on Christmas. And whatever else they got left over, they saving that little bit so they can party on New Year's Eve. Ain't nobody thought about me. Nobody think about people born on December 27th. Everybody busy on December 27th. They got family in town. So I've never had like a birthday party, shit like that. And I don't care about them little, oh, you turned 47. Let me celebrate. Oh, fuck turning 47. You supposed to celebrate milestones. You know how these have every year, these bitches act like they out here just running around like they got to have some huge mass celebration with 100 people every fucking year. Sit your old ass down. So maybe like you supposed to celebrate a birthday hard, like 16, bam. Maybe 18. Well, yeah, 18 because you turn adult. 21 because you can get in the club. You know what I mean? After that, maybe every 10 years when you hit 30, bam. When you hit 40, bam. When you hit 50, yeah. So I said, when I hit 50, I'm going to have a bang. I'm going to treat myself and I'm going to have a bang birthday. I remember I was in a club in Ghana and my whole group, we was drinking, having fun at this club. I love the clubs in Ghana. They sung happy birthday to me at the table when we was having drinks, everybody together. I broke down crying. I said, it's December 27th. I'm at this club in Ghana for my, no. Yeah, in Ghana for my birthday. And I just took a look around and started thinking, and they were singing happy birthday to me. And I said, this was one of the most beautiful days of my life. I had to get up after they finished and I walked away and cried. I said, I want to do something big for my 50th birthday. Fuck all them other years I never had a birthday since I was a child. And I said, I don't know if I can get to Ghana. I don't have a passport. I think I owe a little bit child support. You know what I mean? So I'm thinking about this for years up until I go to Vegas. I mean, not Vegas, Ghana. I said, I got a little child support. I got to pay off that so I can get my passport. I got to save. The trip total was like 4,000, 10-day flights covered and everything, food and room covered. It was about 4,000. I can need to have money when I'm there and shit, you know what I mean? I need another fucking 3,000, you know what I mean? So I worked this out in my mind for my 50th birthday that I'm gonna make it and it's gonna happen. And somehow it made it happen. Bam, I paid every lick of my child support off, got my passport. I don't know, my kids was grown, I don't owe shit no more. And just got a passport, the visa. I just lined it all up. And I had the best day of my life on my birthday. Anyway, I got off track. Go to Ghana, y'all. Well, willful amnesia. Listen. The boy carries a bucket at the Elmina Castle is seen in the background in Elmina, Ghana. The castle was once one of the most important stops on the route of the transatlantic slave trade. Ghana has declared the year of return for African descendants around the world to mark 400 years since the first Africans were enslaved in what would become the U.S. In huge tourism push, the country has brought in celebrities from Idris Elba and Naomi Campbell to the U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and 12 members of Congress. All right. It's sort of like, I wouldn't call it mitigation, but it's just an acknowledgement. Yes, this did happen. You're not crazy for thinking it. This awful thing happened. It did happen. Okay, so I'm just skipping over some. Okay. Is this the article? Wait a minute. Most African Americans know something is missing. This lady Mona Boyd, she's thinking. Most African Americans know something is missing, and you want to be reunited with it. If you have any level of awareness about your own identity, where you come from, you would have to start asking those questions, right? Okay. Boyd, who lives in Accra, Ghana's capital, is something of an expert on this. She used to be president of the African American Association of Ghana, and she owns a tourism business for African Americans traveling to Ghana. Some African Americans, they have a different mindset about you. Africans, they think there is a much deeper brotherhood than what I think, she said. That's just my opinion right now. I don't really see the deep brotherhood. And that some of them think, I don't see the deep brotherhood that some of them think. But we all have a right to handle this in our own way. Let me just read this again. I want y'all to think for a second. I'm about to get into some things. Okay, listen. Some African Americans, they have a different mindset about you. Africans. They think there is a much deeper brotherhood than what I think, she said. That's just my opinion right now. I don't really see the deep brotherhood. Okay? She's hinting at the relationship between the African and the African American, right? And she's seen many times how powerful the experience can be for people standing in the same place as their last ancestor to leave this continent. You just don't know what's going to happen once they get that emotional, she said. We've had people have mental breakdowns. It's a tough history to confront. There's a willful amnesia about the roles that we played in the slave trade. There is a willful amnesia about the roles that we played in the slave trade, said Nat Armatifio, a local historian who was also a former mayor of Accra, Ghana's capital. He explained that when the transatlantic slave trade began, leaders in this region had a lot of gold, and word got back to Europeans. In the 1400s, the Portuguese showed up here with guns, primitive guns, but guns, he said. With guns, you have a vastly superior form of intimidation. It made a hell of a difference. They named the area the Gold Coast. There was already a domestic. So I said we're going to hear these words: domestic, local, and indigenous. There was already a domestic slave trade when they arrived. Armitage said, although slavery didn't mean what it came to mean in America, enslaved people had some rights and opportunities. Still, the system already existed, he said. The Europeans saw it and thought, oh, we can try these people in our lands in the New World. Listen to what I'm saying, family. I've been saying this for a couple years now, right? Still, the system already existed. They're talking about the system of slavery in Ghana before the white man. Still, the system already existed. The Europeans saw it and thought, just like any natural human being mind would do. You arrive somewhere and you see them practicing indigenous slavery as you're trading in a friendly fashion. And you say, wow. And you think, he said, and thought, oh, we can try these people in our lands in the New World for labor. They got them in them cotton fields. But A says the Europeans weren't going out and capturing Africans. What do you say? The Europeans weren't going out and capturing Africans. What? They couldn't. They got sick and died from illnesses like malaria. Some African ethnic groups went into business warring with other groups so they can capture prisoners they sold as slaves to the Europeans. They were organized and intentional about it. Hold on. They were organized and intentional about it. Now, a lot of y'all may not be here in an hour when I show you some text out this book about the indigenous slavery. I'll wait till I get to that, to the book. Okay, let me get back to this article. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Matilda says they were organized because they had slave markets around in different parts throughout West Africa already. You just had to gather up enough for the demand. In business, they say supply and demand. The demand, and they were demanding slaves. Get as many as possible. They say, okay. We love how this business is improving our tribe. We're getting bigger and more powerful. Plus, we got carte blanche. You know what I mean? Like We can walk around the white man and talk shit, whatever. He ain't gonna enslave us. We're not worried about it. We're gonna bring them to him ourselves. We're not worried about getting enslaved. We're the predator. We're not the prey. There's predators and there's prey. Whoever is weaker is the prey. It's levels to it. So sometimes, even like when I was mentioning Queen Nzinga, and I'm not going to be disrespectful of her, but you have to understand, and we're going to get to this when I discuss Queen Nzinga on a separate stream. When you see these powerful kingdoms, best believe they got powerful because they stepped on a weaker person to become powerful. And I'm sure them innocent. Hold on. Because I'm preaching now. Hold on. Come back to me. Hey, don't worry, people. If you ain't got time, I'm gonna be here tomorrow. This is gonna be uploaded. Look here. I'm 100% absolutely sure that all these children comfortable with their mothers and fathers and their aunties and uncles and their way of free living, carefree damn near life, minding their business. They're just not a powerful little group of people who are in maybe being a rural area. They just chilling in a little more rural or a little more remote area somewhere, minding their business, practicing their good old religion and whatever it was. And here come you bully ass motherfuckers, kidnapping my family, my little sister and everybody, and me and my niece mad I got kidnapped, and my such and such may be mad the little brother and half the family gone, 2 of them killed and shit. Just minding their business. And these big old bullies just overrode their entire life and ended their motherfucking lineage out of greed, wickedness, carelessness, and not giving a fuck. Kidnapped, murdered whoever may have fought back, snatched up little girls who later may have been raped half the time, yeah. And y'all ain't gonna think about the victim? You're gonna always praise Tariq Nasheed Polite, who's more popular and big and shit, while you clown the little man. You can care less about the victims who got pounced on by a larger tribe. How did the victim feel? Them chiefs, them queens and kings who hundreds of years before they lived, slavery was going on and they was being slaving and selling slaves to Europeans. And here come them on the throne, knowing the queen, she knew they was packed on that ship along them shores and sardines, because that's been the business since before she was born and while she was born. You know, when they leave and sail away, that they are packed on them ships like sardines sometimes. Sometimes it may not be packed. But people, but we take the sometimes it wasn't packed though. I was read a lot of stuff, a lot of ships were made it, or somebody may not have been coming to get a whole bunch, you know what I mean? But what I'm just saying, when they're grabbing a lot and they packed on them sardines, and you as a queen or king know it and don't give a fuck and have this careless attitude because you're protected, because you're untouchable. You don't give a fuck. And you know they got to piss and shit on a journey. And you know that they're going to go through some cruelty just getting to wherever they're going. You've been told 100 times how long it took to get there. And you've been told that, hey, I'll be back, queen. I'll be back, king, to get some more. See you when you get back. This is real life. We're talking real life right now. Just don't get out of this fantasy. So the next day, what you think Queen and King done? Queen and Zinga and King Umbutu. They went and took care of business, made sure they had enough. They had a storage on them already. But when that little storage of them run out, I was showing you Salaga Market earlier on this discussion. We got to go get some more. Let's start a fake ass conflict so we can win. Let's go steal this dope so we can sell it and ride around in the Cadillac with Dayton's on it. Fuck that mama on crack who's pregnant. I'ma still sell her this dope. Because as humans, some humans are wicked, some humans are good. Some humans just do business and it's just a way of life. So people have been lately asking, and I haven't even gotten to this subject of Queen Nzinga. I'm not going to disrespect her, but I'm just saying, in reality, she would be considered an enslaver. By that title and definition. Am I saying she was a bad person? Some people do say and have, some examples of her being a bad person. I already understand that slavery has been going on, so my mind has been conditioned for the last 2 years since I've read this book, and y'all haven't. My mind has been conditioned to understand it was a way of life around the entire world, no matter what race, creed, or people. So I've had 2 years to sit back and just reflect on this conversation internally without just really going out there to the public about it. But since people are talking about it now, I said, hey, now is the time. So I've had 2 years from the first time I bought this book, and when that man told me certain things there and it made me click. The first day, I'm not like y'all because I don't get all sensitive like you niggas. But I've had time to process this. So I've been reflecting and processing this since day one I went to Ghana, and they told me certain things that taught different than you Black Americans and made me think about differently. I was wondering why they're teaching different. So I've been reflecting and thinking and reading and trying to understand life around the world, not let alone Ghana, or why slavery was prevalent. And why did everybody do it? People just thought crazy in ancient times. Like this, there's laws come every day for you to soften your heart. They softened you so-called pro-blacks and hardcore cats up and got y'all voting for gay marriage. Yeah, when you voted for Biden and the liberals every year, you're also helping laws like gay marriage. Men marry men get passed. I didn't went off on a tangent. I'm a conservative. Y'all may see this and understand conservatism next time. It's not about being a Republican or a Democrat. I'm neither one of those. Fuck them both. I vote, what do they call it? I'm not registered as a Democrat or registered as a or Republican. So I vote based on the ideologies and principles and values more so nowadays. So as my values is, I want to be able to carry a weapon to protect myself when I'm on the streets. I take a conservative stance and I vote both on my values and my stance, and I may vote conservative. I'm not voting for Trump per se, but he is the conservative candidate. So hell, you got to mention him. Shit. But anyway, I got off on a tangent. I forgot where I was going. So later on in life, people soften up and then you develop laws and rules. Okay, let's not do that anymore. That's kind of, oh, no, that's not right. Oh, we care about the feelings. We can't do that, man. You get desensitized in laws and stuff. You know what I mean? So we're going to abolish slavery or then, later on you have labor laws. So they can't, they won't work your black ass from sun up to sundown. You implement labor laws that say you can only work 8 hours a day. And you have to be given, I guess, how many hours off or days off or whatever the rules. I ain't worked in 15 years. I've been self-employed. They can't basically enslave you no more. And you have labor laws to cover you because you have rights now. But there were them kind of laws and rules, and people was more gung-ho, and you didn't have these rights. You didn't have a nationhood that's standard for everybody. You can't do this. Guess what? Later on, we're going to even talk about when they was abolishing slavery in Ghana. I'm basically speaking from a Ghana perspective, but I'm also including Central Africa. So you'll also see how when they abolished slavery and they got a fucking clue and start getting sensitive and desensitized, like sometimes you can meet, what I mean by desensitized, you can meet a racist, then he'll eventually start liking you when he see your personality and see how you are. After a while, you be around people, you get desensitized, so you're not as cruel to them. Like kids today don't give a they young older generation, they're not even tripping on that racism shit. My son I know my son in the high school go to, and the kid, they don't know what the fuck y'all talking about. They just want to have fucking fun and be on social media and enjoy life. So a lot of things have gotten desensitized. So forgot my point again. When they abolished slavery, half them chiefs, some was okay because they realized they ravaged their tribe. They've ravaged their own shit, making money and being greedy. where they didn't grow the same kind of crops and they were short. I mean, they ravaged the fucking economy later on, they realized. But it take a couple generations to die and shit. Forgot my point again. Oh, they realized when British abolished slavery, guess who was fighting for it to continue and not be abolished? A lot of them chiefs and Ghanaians. Since, listen to what I'm saying closely, since it's indigenous practice already, and they made out, some of them made out good slave trading. When the British abolished it, they wanted to continue it. People don't even know that part of the story. But we're putting everything on the table. You guys can do your research and find out more. Maybe you can buy this book one day and do further research, and we can just explore this topic. We're at the beginning on this topic. They even abolished it for indigenous slavery, shit they was already doing before the white men got there. You guys gonna stop that practice, the British said. We're going to stop the transatlantic slave trade, and you're going to stop indigenous slavery. That's what the British said. And patrolled and made sure it wasn't going no more. Then Britain, they got their independence in 1964 with Kwame Nkrumah. Hold on. With who? Hold on. We got time. I got time tonight. I heard you. I got time tonight. They got their independence with Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. Some remote areas of Ghana still keep on the practice. And we're going to get to that. We're going to get to all that. Shit, I might be here 5 hours. I'm going in. Okay. Where do I want to go next? Let's just go on right here.
Cozy, and it means wife or slave of the gods. It's an ancient West African tradition that to this day enslaves thousands of women and young girls, some as young as 7 years old. They're condemned to a life of slave labor and sexual servitude, not because they did anything wrong, but because someone in their family committed a crime, sometimes generations ago. And to pay for the crime, their family...
I don't even think I shared my screen. Hold on, I thought I shared my screen. Let me make this small again. Y'all know I'm old. I'm just sharing this just to make you think. I'm not trying to make a point. Just to help you think is something or some more thing to put into your mental to understand. Because like I said about 30 minutes ago, this is a presentation where you're going to have to get bits and pieces of things and use your what? Use your logic. After listening, hearing, and watching this and getting the narrative on it, use your logic to come to a conclusion. And only honest people who are genuine will come to the same conclusion. I'm not here to force nothing on you. I'm just giving you the information. I know a conclusion I've came to. And the understanding I've came to after listening And I'm not trying to take a side. I struggled with this for a second. Did I say Chief X? You's a sincere truth seeker. Make it plain.
Families must send young virgins to be the slaves of tribal priests, often for the rest of their lives. This is a Trokosi slave girl, right? A Trokosi girl. How old is this little girl? 7 years old. Do you know why you're here? No. What crime is this child paying for?
Oh, yeah. Her uncle committed adultery.
Do you like it here?
Is that a tradition that Arabs or Christian use in slavery? Nope. It's a traditional, internal, indigenous, local, domestic tradition.
Do you miss your parents?
Yes.
Slavery in this part of Africa is nothing new. Hundreds of years ago, at the height of the slave trade, the Volta River was one of its main highways. Millions of slaves were shipped to the Americas from coastal villages like these. But today, more than a century after slavery was abolished, thousands of young girls are held in bondage up and down this river. To find the girls and
This is just 12 minutes, so just bear with me for 12 minutes. But it's very enlightening. Pay attention if you're sincerely trying to learn.
the priests, we had to travel to some of West Africa's most isolated places, deep in marshlands of the Volta River, in villages where Christianity is still seen as a hostile intrusion.
In that village, Christianity is a hostile intrusion to them. They're a little more remote.
This is where we found the tribal priest Gidisu, attended by one of his 10
Well, they're not that remote, but we'll go.
slave wives. But before anyone would even talk to us, we had to appease the gods with $10 and a couple of bottles of hard liquor.
I know for Misia. Mikata Misia. Agunani. Oh my God, Magamaju.
Tell me, what is your problem with our religion that you've come all the way from your country to find out about it?
We want to understand why young girls are made to pay for the sins or the crimes of their family members.
It is our fetish gods that demand the girls. Death will strike your family unless you bring a young virgin to us.
And that's how a life of slavery begins for thousands of African girls. They are brought to these shrines or village churches when they are still children, and they may stay until they die.
Bam, let me pause this real quick. I have to relate something to you. Just bear with me. This is thought-provoking educational. That's what we're doing here. I have to show you this. I have to just implement this. This is why I'm saying I've been reflecting and thinking for a long time. Okay? Bear with me. Where's the picture at? This is an orphanage I was at in Ghana. These kids have no mother and father. It's a lot of kids like that. Shit happens in poverty, fighting, and what have you. They come here from basically in Ghana, but some may come from somewhere else and they get in this orphanage. This is the one I said gets no funding from the government. Like a spoiled Black American in a group home, get all kind of funding and free shit and free college and all kind of shit, right? So I thought that was kind of cruel that the government didn't help out on aid. So a lady told me they just I'm asking questions. They just stay here. She's like, no, well, sometimes some families come get these kids. Some have someone they may be picked up on holidays. I don't know how they operate. I'm just throwing things out because I questioned it. So, like, you know how you can pick a kid up from a group home for the weekend if he's related to you or whatever, and you can take him home for the weekend and shit. You know, like people can come and take a kid. I guess if they may know them or if they familiar. I'm trying to say I don't know how it works, but it was like, what do you mean? Like just say I went to Ghana and bought a home there. You know, and I visited the orphanage 3-4 times and donated and shit. And I said, you know what? I want to take a kid home with me for the weekend and spend the holiday with them and treat them. Let me get 2 of them so I can give them a nice Christmas. So I don't even know what I'm saying, but it made me think when I see all these kids and shit like this. I just wanted to interject that. Okay.
They're meant to marry the gods, but it's the priests who'll stand in. By day, the priests make them work in their homes and on their farms. By night, they demand sex. And they don't have to pay the girls, clothe them, or even feed them. And in. By day, the priests make them work in their homes and on their farms. By night, they demand sex. And they don't have to pay the girls, clothe them, or even feed them.
Chokosis are not slaves. How can the person I marry be a slave?
You think these girls are happy to be your wife? They haven't chosen you. Are they happy?
Oh, fine.
But it's not fine for Akuponyo. Today, she becomes a Trokosi slave. She's not allowed to talk to us, to tell us what she thinks. She doesn't have to. Akuponyo is carrying her dowry on her head and the money she's collected to support herself as a Trokosi slave. She hasn't committed any crime, but years ago, her great-grandfather murdered someone. And according to these people's traditions, Akuponyo is the latest young woman to have to pay for the sins of her ancestors. Family members accompany Akuponyo on her 6-mile walk to the tribal priest. They are sacrificing her because they believe that otherwise the gods will bring death to the family, to punish them for their forefathers' crimes. It is a never-ending cycle of fear, says Akuponyo's uncle.
Whatever the custom demands for the death to stop, that's what the family will do, even though it's so painful for us.
It's a public ritual of humiliation. Akuponyo has to walk a gauntlet of jeering villagers and beg them for money. The tribal priest she will serve is Maku.
As far as I'm concerned, it is good because it deters others from committing crimes.
We saw her from the beginning when she was waiting to come here, crying a lot. Why do you think she was crying if it's so good?
If you see her weeping, she's crying from joy.
But Akuponyo's humiliation continues inside this hut that's their holy shrine. She's supposed to become the wife of a god, but in reality, one of the priests can take her as a slave for work and for sex. What you are seeing are the secret rituals of atonement that have never before been filmed. Everything from Akuponyo's former life must now be stripped away. Her clothes, her beads, her earrings, and finally her pride. The work of a slave begins at dawn. There are 21 in Maku's village. There's 2 over there. We wanted to meet some of them, so we asked Maku to show us around. There is this little girl who was brought in just 2 weeks ago, and there are old women who've been here all their lives. If you had been able to choose, how would you have spent your life? What would you have done?
They brought me here so young, I had no say in my life. Now that I'm about to die, I don't care what happens to me.
But even a whole life of servitude doesn't pay off a debt to the gods. Girls keep paying for the same offense from generation to generation.
You're the replacement for your sister who died?
Yes,
Are you happy here?
I guess.
In private, Christine told us a different story.
You will become the wife of a priest? Do you want to? Huh? No. Do you want to run away?
Yes, I want to run away.
And why don't you run away? Where are your parents?
My parents died.
They died.
For the 5 years she's been here, Christine has been forced to trade in her school books for hard labor.
When my father died, I stopped going to school, even though I had wanted to become a doctor. I feel very sad.
So she can't become a doctor. That's like, okay. Or, I mean, like, are you thinking? She can't become a doctor because she's literally a slave and a servant to them. She's not royal. I mean, I'm just playing this to make you think.
Because by staying here, I have lost my chance at an education.
This is the future awaiting Christine if she stays in the shrine, chasing away the birds that scavenge the priest's harvest and bearing the priest's children. Even if they can run away, the world they find outside is not much kinder. Once branded a Trokosi slave, their families don't want them back.
When I ran away from the priest, life was so hard. People ran away from me. Even my relatives turned their backs.
Mercy Senyale is still an outcast after running away from a priest who kept her enslaved for 15 years. And all because her great-grandmother stole a pair of gold earrings. She had... Pause! They running from their slave master. Some of y'all was over in America running from your slave master. Like, you know, like she run away and family or whoever, they don't really give a fucking. Somehow she ends up back doing her labor around her. I don't know if it's her husband or concubine or well, I don't know. Like, I mean, it's not funny, but I'm just saying, like, I don't, you know, she's a sex partner, one of the concubines, and a slave all in one, and like she gets pissed off, she can't leave and do her own thing. She got to run away and then be brought back. Okay. She has 3 children now. The priest first forced himself on her when she was 11 years old.
The first night, he wanted to sleep with me, and I refused. So he beat me so hard my cries woke up all the other slave girls.
Wait a minute. Girls over here was getting raped. So I'm saying it's just a morality issue. I'm giving you some food for thought tonight. Hey, it's just food for thought. I don't have all the answers. But you sparked my ire, so I came.
And I finally gave in.
Can you tell us about the priest?
The priest is not very big, but he's very wicked.
This is the priest Mercy served, Togbe Akidopo. By day, he's a government official with the Ministry of Health. By night, he's a husband to 10 slaves.
Oh! Uh-oh! Did you hear that?
By night, he's a husband. He's a government official with the Ministry of Health. Dopo. By day, he's a Mercy served, Togbe Akidopo. By day, he's a government official with the Ministry of Health. Mercy served, Togbe Akidopo. By day, he's a government official with the Ministry of Health. By night, he's a husband to 10 slaves who've borne him 60 children.
That is my son.
We've talked to one girl at least who's spoken to us about your shrine, and she said that you beat her, that you forced her to work with no money, that she hardly had anything to eat, and that you forced her to sleep with you when she was 11 years old.
And you believe it? Do you believe it?
I'm asking you.
That's what I'm also asking. Do you believe that story is never correct?
All the girls, all the wives you take.
Bam. So I paused it. So you know he's a government official because he don't need a translator. He speaks English because he's a government official. The rest of the people sometimes may need a translator. I'm just giving you some wisdom.
Do they all accept your advances? Do they all want to sleep with you, or do they have to?
Having sex with a
Oh,
woman
wait a minute.
depends on love
I might be wrong.
and affection. If the woman is not willing, you can't force it.
Is the priest lying then when he tells us that everybody was happy and everybody was treated well?
He is telling lies. He's telling a big lie. So many of us couldn't stand the suffering. We had to run away.
Anyone who ran away was brought back by their parents and repeatedly raped again in this very building. Later, some of the girls were helped by Reverend Walter Ping Pong.
The sad part of it is that your parents brought you, or your family brought you. So if you ran to them, they bring you back. You just can't escape. International Needs does not want to replace the fetish priest.
Reverend Ping Pong now leads the campaign to end slavery in Ghana. He's trying to convince the priest to set the girls free.
Most of the priests that we've encountered are farmers, and so we give them cows.
And what do they say when you say, here's a cow?
So now you're trying to tell me this good humanitarian guy, this good humanitarian English speaking Ghanaian is not up here lying to you. He's corroborating the story, and he's the one who has help for the girls or runaway or what have you. Okay? So this point of were they enslaved did Africans, some Africans, I'm not saying all. Basically it was a part of the culture overall in West and Central Africa. If you just want to be real about it. It went down. So this discussion back and forth and disagreements going back and forth is dead. Chief X killed it. They're telling you, yes, before the Arab and the white man in our African traditions, we practiced this activity. Shut your mouth. It's okay. I'm your teacher tonight.
And a sheep for this 10-year-old girl. What do they say? They say great?
No, a lot of them will ask us, do you want me to go to bed with a cow or a goat? And I'm sorry, but this is about, the understanding that some of them have. There is some value to these girls that they can't really have in cows and goats.
Which is sex.
Which is sex, literally.
Reverend Ping Pong has managed to free these 31 women from their priest for 5 cows and about $1,000. At this liberation ceremony, the blood of a slaughtered goat marks the darkness of slavery and death. The white headbands mark freedom. The slaves' symbolic chains are cut, and they jump from one world to the next. So far, 436 slaves have gone through these rituals and have been set free, but thousands more remain in captivity. And according to Togbe, the tribal priest, that's where they'll stay.
This practice was in existence before the white men came to Ghana. I shall also continue.
Wait a minute.
White men came to Ghana. I shall also continue. White men came to Ghana. I shall also continue.
Did you hear him? Listen.
Existence before the white men came to Ghana. I shall also continue.
He's saying this is what we're going to do.
Dopo.
That's what he said. How am I going to listen to some Black American wannabe scholar tell me something, what didn't happen, over him who's doing it as a government official? How a nigga in Atlanta or Tennessee with no credential gonna tell me or anybody with this man who's a government official and doing the damn thing, and he said it's been their tradition. You think I'm gonna listen to a nigga in Tennessee or Atlanta talk that shit? I went to the source. This case is closed. All you need to do is add on to the information, learn more about it. Maybe you got another angle I'm missing or something. I don't know. Okay. So, all right. You know what? I missed out on homeboy right here. Okay. So let me read then. This is another professional Ghanaian. About to tell you something. Hold on. To pursue slavery successful, you need a highly organized. To pursue slavery successfully, you need a highly organized group because somebody has to go out there. Somebody has to locate the victims. Somebody has to lead an army there. Somebody has to capture them, transport them to the selling centers all the time, keeping an eye on them to make sure they don't revolt, he said, and then sell them and move on. Okay, this is him. I'm sitting there reading the other. This is him. Nat, however you say his name, former mayor of Accra, Ghana, and local historian. Okay, do you think I'm gonna listen to a nigga in Tennessee, in Atlanta, over this former mayor of Accra, Ghana, and the local historian who agrees with me? Sit the fuck down somewhere. Anyone could be captured and be taken. Eventually, the Portuguese were replaced by the Dutch, then the British in Ghana. Then around the world came the abolitionist movement, the French Revolution, and increasing slave revolts, all spreading ideas about equality and humanity. Okay? When slavery was about, things changed. When I remember I was giving the spiel and people get desensitized and laws and rules come into place and people getting to like you because they've been around you. And you know what I mean? Over time, this shit happens to human beings. Okay. Okay, let me just read it again. I'm gonna keep going. Anyone could be captured and taken. Eventually, the Portuguese were replaced by the Dutch and then the British in Ghana. Then around the world came the abolitionist movement and the French Revolution and increasing slave results, all spreading ideas about equality and humanity. When slavery was abolished, it was a result of long negotiations with slave owners in Europe as well as slave owners here. Armatifio said the big slave-holding nations also demanded repayment. The British went from being at the center of the slave trade in Ghana to, after abolition, patrolling the coast to make sure no illegal slave ships got by. So when I'm listen. I'm trying to get you to put your logic together. I said, remember earlier, about 15 minutes ago, I said when British abolished slavery, some Africans didn't want it abolished because they were making money and doing well. And half of it was a practice that they were doing already. I'm not talking about American slavery and how we do it. Focus your mind. I'm talking about indigenous slavery. So some of them didn't want slavery abolished. So that's what I'm saying. That's why they're saying what? Patrolling the coast to make sure no illegal slavery ships got by because they're into abolition now. They made treaties with African chiefs to protect them. Look, they made treaties with African chiefs to protect them from other ethnic groups. Now, mind you, I'm just talking about the topic slavery. I'm not defending any of these people's evil deeds and stealing and taking resources and raping the country. I'm simply trying to stick to the subject of slavery and indigenous slavery. Okay. Before I started this whole thing, I already let you know how I felt about transatlantic slave trade, the evilness, the wickedness in America. They was evil and wicked, and they was wrong and brutal. We got it out the way. Everybody listening to my voice right now, we are all on the same page with that. We don't need to preach to the choir. So we're talking about a whole nother topic right now and just trying to have an honest discussion. They made treaties with African chiefs to protect them from other ethnic groups in a series of wars. What wars were those? That's for you guys to look up and check out. The link is right here, but I'm not going to click on it. Armatifio says the British used those agreements to eventually declare themselves the colonial rulers. So once you encroach enough and you set up your own little city and homes, and you're controlling the politics in the region and the thought, and you're controlling the religion in the region, and they look up to you when you first came because you had fancy ships and they thought you were special people and shit, and they took your word for things and wiggled you and finessed you out your shit. You know what I mean? So they, after taking all that kind of control and being looked up to, and they became colonial rulers. They used those agreements to eventually declare themselves the colonial rulers. And I don't know if they ruled for 80 years, I forgot, or whatever at that time, but they were in the area doing business, but then they considered themselves colonial powers and was the colonial ruling power in Ghana and established a government in Ghana. And I believe, this is not my subject, the Ghana government is a replica of the government that British left them. That's not my field, so I stand to be corrected. Just putting it out there. They hoisted the flag and declared they were now sovereign, he said. It was 1874. During British rule, Armatifo says the African role in the slave trade was deliberately forgotten. Hold on now. You didn't hear that. It was 1874. And I'm talking about agreements and talks and shit like that. Look, it was 1874. During British rule, Armatifo says, I don't have the source on it. I didn't look up the source for this and go any further, but I'm just putting my logic together as a whole. The African role in the slave trade was deliberately forgotten. Earlier, I'm letting you know how people were hiding how their families was this, and they didn't talk about it. And they took it out of the educational system, and that's why you guys don't really know about the subject much. And it's just beginning to be talked about on both continents now, really. So, I mean, their role you haven't been well read on. I'm just giving you the beginnings of it. People are going to start exploring this subject more, like they have been over the last, actually 4 or 5 years. Okay, because when people don't have a written record, I mean, and others do, what can you show? So you have oral traditions, and we're going to get to the oral traditions in a second. The chiefs and peoples decided, all right, we will not talk about it. They created a mythology. Listen, the chiefs and people decided, all right, we will not talk about it. They created a mythology that we were innocent bystanders whose land was raped by Europeans. I'm going to let that sit in your head for a second. I'm not saying that, and I'm just giving you the info. Do what the hell you want it. Think what the hell you want. I got my conclusion. I'm tired of trying to convince niggas of shit. But let me read it again. The chiefs and peoples decided, all right, we will not talk about it. They created a mythology that we were innocent bystanders whose land was raped by Europeans. Although it was, but he's speaking about it in a different way. The way his context is, we had a lot to do with it, and we had a little organized system doing business, is what he's saying. But when you say raped, literally they were, because they got politicked out of everything, out of their fucking diamonds, politicked out of every fucking thing, because of the lack of being technologically advanced, right? One second. I remember I was at a Farrakhan lecture some years ago, back in the late 90s, somewhere. He came to LA, and I was at a Farrakhan lecture, and he said something that it pissed me off at the time. But in hindsight, maybe some years later, I reflected on what he said from hearing some other kind of information and just learning about the slave trade overall and a weaker nation being conquered and things like that. It just happened all around the world. Even an African sitting next to a weaker nation, the African's going to conquer that nation and bring them into the fold and do what the fuck else. You know what I mean? People just bombard, people bully, people invade other people. It just has happened in history. We have laws and rules now, so it's different. But I forgot my point again. Let me see. What was I looking at? Oops. 1 second. I forgot my damn point. It was a good one, too. Let me just get back to sharing my screen. I'm embarrassed. Okay. Okay, so yeah, the chiefs and peoples decided, all right, we will not talk about it, he said. Am I sharing my screen right? Let me see. Okay, there we go. The chiefs and peoples decided, all right, we will not talk about it, he said. They created a mythology that we were innocent bystanders whose land was raped by Europeans. The British ruled 80 years. In 1957, Ghana became the first sub-Saharan African country to break away from colonial powers and declare independence. My understanding of colonial powers is people outwitting you and out politicizing you and having better technology than you and setting up a system were they able to clearly outwit you in life, gaining resources and power. Even if they declared themselves colonial powers because politically they set up shit and had power. Okay, the British ruled for 80 years. 1957, Ghana became the first sub-Saharan African country to break away from the colonial powers and declare independence. It was the height of the U.S. civil rights movement. Martin Luther King Jr. Spoke at Ghana's first Independence Day. Did y'all know that? Some did. But Martin Luther King Jr. spoke at Ghana's first Independence Day. Okay. In the U.S., we must solve this problem of racial injustice if we expect to maintain our leadership in the world, if we expect to serve as a moral voice in a world that is 2/3 color. King said after he returned. This is what King said. African Americans started to travel to Ghana. Omar Tifio said was in his first year of college. He and some friends were asked to serve as guides. Naturally, we were recruited to take them around to tourist sites. So I remember when they asked us, so who was sold? We said only the bad people, thieves, drunkards. Omar Tifio said, I mean, we were 19, 20 years old. Listen, family. Listen, YouTube family. I forgot my point. No, I didn't. Here we go. Let me see where I'm at. Okay, so Amatifio, in his first year of college, him and some friends were asked to serve as guides for some African Americans. So here's the question coming. So who was sold? Naturally, we were recruited to take them around for tourist sites. So I remember when they asked us, so who was sold? Do they mean who sold us or who was sold? We said, only the bad people, thieves, and drunkards. I mean, we were 19, 20 years old, he's explaining. So it's the same thing that a lot of Black Americans say today. Oh, only the war captives. When they fought and tried, they had captive war. Only them were slaves. So he didn't know what to say, so he just said the thieves, the drunkards, and whatever. He just said just the bad people, the captives, basically, is what he's saying. These are like excuses that a lot of Ghanaians have been not wanting to confront, but are starting to now. Like I said, most of these sources and articles are coming from the mouths of Ghanaian people, not no nigga from Tennessee and Atlanta. They were just making it up because they didn't actually know what had happened, especially since the history had never really been taught. And what history was taught was very sanitized. It was a disaster, I'm going to say. A lot of African Americans were very disappointed to find this kind of blasé attitude. This is about the time Boyd first came to Africa. She had just graduated as part of the first class of African Americans. Most Africans, when I came to this country, would not admit that the slave trade even happened. What? But was overshadowed by the personal experience she had visiting slave castles. Let me see. Is this important? Hold on. I think it is another jewel real quick. She does tours now. Hold on. You know what? I'm gonna put some of these links in the description. You guys can look it up later. I want to move on. Been here long enough. Okay, here we go. And I'm not gonna take all your time, right? Excuse me. If you're wondering what I got, I didn't have no ice. I realized, and I forgot to put my drink in the refrigerator to get it cold. So I realized I had a frozen water bottle in my freezer, and I put it in here as ice, and it's made my drink cold. Now you wondering, Chief X, what you drinking? Wait a minute. Can you see it here? This is G2, 125 milligrams. Can you see that good? Anyway, it's a strawberry lemonade, cannabis infused lemonade. So I don't drink alcohol, but I'm drinking tonight. Okay, where was I? Let me see. Okay. So I'm gonna end this in a minute. But what I'm about to play is the lady, the foremost scholar on this topic, who's a professor at Ghana University. She's the lady who I initially showed you, had all those credentials. And let me just show you her credentials again. This is her. Let me share my screen because I'm tripping again. Let me just keep it on shared. Okay. Okay, as you can see, I spoke about her when I first came on. This is who it's based off of. This is what the book is based off. There's no one who's a foremost scholar on this subject of indigenous slavery, domestic slavery, local slavery. There's no one who's a more foremost. These people are doing videos, reading books and shit, personal books, trying to defeat this argument. And listening to some African-American lady who's supposed to be a scholar on this, but who actually kind of lacks. She's the only person they can find. She kind of lacks in her research compared to who I'm talking about. I go to the source. Akusa Odama Purby is a Ghanaian author and history professor at the University of Ghana. Purby is the author of History of Indigenous Slavery in Ghana. Purby acts as Ghana's permanent representative on UNESCO's International Scientific and Technical Committee on the Slave Route Project. No African-American woman teaching some old played out stuff. And a nigga from Tennessee and Atlanta can tell me anything better than this leading scholar on this subject, who's been on the committee of the damn Slave Route Project. She is also council member and treasurer of the Historical Society of Ghana. Can you imagine me listening to a nigga in Atlanta over the person who is a PhD and over the Historical Society of Ghana? And she is using the word slaves and slavery, and she is teaching me that indigenous slavery been around since before the Arab and before the white man bringing Christianity. I'm not listening to you niggas. You listen to me, as always. She has 30 years of teaching experience. You niggas just got on YouTube and don't have no years of college or teaching experience. Sit the fuck down, Sean, aka Annie Harrit. I don't care how many books you wrote. Education. And you guys have not told this story and don't know nothing about it. You guys are in denial about it. Let's keep that real. I got clips of you guys talking in video denying this. Chef Rain is correct. I'm correct. You guys have lost this argument. Bend the knee and bow down. Never call my name and try me. You must have forgot who you were dealing with. Okay. Purby and her secondary education at the Kimota Senior High School. And you guys, let me just stop. You niggas don't think as good as I think. You're not as sharp as me, and you don't have the wisdom I have. When I tell you, and I've been saying for years, I'm not a scholar. You guys fake like you are, and I tell them I'm not a scholar. I'm not close to a scholar. I said I'm a wise man. And I say a wise man will beat the brakes off a scholar. And that's just what happens when you fuck with me. I'm just talking shit now, y'all. Don't mind me. It's real talk, though. Okay. Paribi had her secondary education at the Kodama Senior High School in Ghana. She is alumni, basically, of the University of Ghana, where she had her first degree, master's, and a PhD in history. She began her teaching career in 1974 when you niggas wasn't born. You think I'm going to listen to a nigga in Tennessee who wasn't born when she began teaching? Sit the fuck down, Sean. She began reading that fake ass shit and telling stories all week long, wasting people's time and lying, running cover. She began her teaching career in 1974. Okay, senior high school as a national service person. She worked with the Ghana National Archives. She's in the damn National Archives. You think I'm going to listen to a nigga from Tennessee and Atlanta when she's in Ghana's National Archives? This case is closed. So I got to put my psychology on it and talk to y'all. You don't think like me. I don't care how many books you're writing or wrote. I will always be wiser than you and prove my point. Okay, I'm just talking shit right now because I'm on them edibles. Look, I'm drinking, y'all. You got to excuse me. Okay, she also worked with Ghana National Archives, dipstick, as an assistant archivist for 2 years and an additional 2 years with the Institute of Adult Education as a resident tutor. In 1981, she began lecturing at the she'd been lecturing at the University of from Ghana from 1981 till still right now. You think I'm gonna listen to a nigga from Tennessee making YouTube videos and a nigga from Atlanta? You niggas better get on the right side of history and cut this bullshit out and keep this shit real with your audience. If you are really pseudo killers and truth seekers, you would never be talking like, or maybe you're just naive and don't know. Maybe let me just teach you tonight. Let's just leave it at that right now. Okay, publications she's written. Enslavement, Rebellion, Emancipation in Africa. Where's y'all publications? Is it listed up in here? The Ghanaian Experience, Enslavement, Perspectives on Slavery in the Danish West Indies, Antilles. I mean, here's her references and shit down here. Do your own goddamn research. So this is where we at right now. We're gonna end this shit. Okay? Let's listen to the master teacher. And we're gonna close out.
Enslavement so well.
Talk to me about the African memory of this period in history and how willing are Benjamin to talk.
This is the professor at Ghana right now, who's been teaching and doing research. She's gonna tell you everything she's been doing, how she's been gathering information, and you guys shut your mouth.
Africans remember enslavement so well. The research I've done shows that I've been involved in looking at Ghana in particular from 1990. I've been to about all the 10 regions of the country, conducting interviews with chiefs, elders, state historians, old men and women, anybody who can remember something about enslavement. And it's amazing the kind of information and material I have got about it.
No one on the planet has done more research on indigenous slavery in Ghana than her. I'm not listening to some nigga from Tennessee and Atlanta. I told you niggas, you better get with some professionals and leave these quacks alone.
Many of them regard enslavement as a very sensitive issue. And what I've done is that in my research, I've tried to identify with the people. And I've used some of my students in the Department of History. And I've always warned my students that I would want students who come from the area to undertake this research. I don't want somebody who is spending holidays in the area, because a lot of people regard it as so sensitive that if they don't know you, they wouldn't disclose some vital information to you. So the memory is still real, and people are very reluctant to talk about it because it brings up some kind of unpleasant memories sometimes. And I think another reason why is because there were two aspects to it.
I'm sorry. I have to do this. I have to complete this. Because I haven't been reading the comments because it's hard for me to read comments and concentrate. Let me just tell you what I was saying, because somebody just reminded me when I lost my train of thought. Thanks for the reminder, bro. I should have been looking at the comments. My bad. I was saying about Louis Farrakhan, he had said, I just got to complete this because I guess people, when you say something, you just forget your train of thought. People are like, what is he going to say? What's he going to say? So I was saying one time, I was at a Farrakhan lecture in the later mid-90s. But, you know, Farrakhan used to have a relationship. Let me just give you a little and we're going to get back to that and get some. Farrakhan used to have a relationship with Indians and Indian tribes and have a relationship. Actually, and I've never heard anybody talk about this, but one other guy ever in decades. Actually, Farrakhan has a child by an Indian woman. Spitting image of Farrakhan. It was just his last child. Split image of Farrakhan. I'm surprised there's not a lot of more pictures and information. If you all know that, mention it in the comments. But anyway, Farrakhan made a statement when he was giving a lecture one time. And when I first heard him say it, I thought it was cruel. But I was into Farrakhan at this time in the mid-90s. So I just had to think about what he meant. He said, and he was talking about the Native Americans and their land and them getting conquered and shit like that. He said it was a lot of land here and this and that. And this is a huge Western Hemisphere base. And he said, what did he say? He said, but what you don't use, you lose. He said, it's the law of use. What you don't use, you lose. And this is what Farrakhan said that pissed me off, and I had to think about it. But after some reflection for years, like when we're talking about the more powerful tribe preys on the weaker tribe that may be a neighbor. But we'll celebrate the more powerful tribe. So he said, what you don't use, you lose. Basically, you had all this and you lost it because you wasn't using it or doing nothing with it. And he just made this, and it just went on. So it's the same as if I break one of my arms and one is in a cast for a long time. When I get the cast off, it's skinny and small and weak. I may have an elbow or joint problem for a while because it's been stuck in a position that's weak and smaller and skinnier. This one I've been using and it's still strong, but this one's been broken to cast. So what I didn't use, I lost. So I'm just trying to say this so people have to understanding in ancient times, you have to understand. It wouldn't matter who it was. If it was Berbers or whoever traveling them routes, they would enslave you. It was just about conquering whoever's weaker. It had nothing to do with this is your race. These niggas, the world was greedy and ruthless. That's all I'm saying. That's just the reality. And I want to get into the Barbary slavery, shit I can show and show. And you go, oh shit, oh, but I don't want to be here. I've been here. It was 4 hours and 30 minutes already. I gotta go. So I'm just gonna play this lady and we're gonna get out of here.
Enslavement in Ghana and in most Africa, there was what I would call an internal aspect, or what people call an indigenous aspect of enslavement. And then there was an external aspect, that is enslavement between Africa and the outside world, either with the Mediterranean or Red Sea, Indian Ocean world, or with the Atlantic world. And because of this, we still have some memories about both enslavement, especially the indigenous one, because where do you draw the line? And there are some families during my research who were reluctant to talk because they could remember that their great-grandfathers, great-grandmothers had brought slaves from Salaga Market, made them part of the household. And therefore, if we are going to now start tracing genealogies, who comes from where, who comes from there, it starts creating problems. So some of them don't want to talk about it.
Is there a memory of lost people who have disappeared, who are families, and is there a clear?
His audio is not good. Hers is better than his, but overall the audio is not that great. But you can pick up if you just really listen.
Sense of where those people might be.
A few of them, but it wasn't very. A few of the people I talked to in the course of my research could remember that there was a loss of people, loss of population. Those in the northern part of Ghana, for example, claim that there are still parts in Ghana right now which are desolated because of enslavement. And they could recall raids and wars, kidnapping and so on. And a friend was telling me that in a certain part of the northern country, a place called Sandema, every year when they have a festival, they bring out certain artifacts connected with enslavement. And they've ritualized it to the extent that nobody will tell you about it until the festival is on. And then you find them bringing chains and bangles and so on, and virtually worshiping them in memory of what they went through during enslavement. And that was an area where there was a lot of slave raiding going on, slave kidnapping during the period of enslavement. And then on the coastal parts of the country, there were a few cases of depopulation. And there was one case in which an ethnic song in Ghana.
Okay, Professor Kirby, talk to me about, looking back in time, how did trade operate? How were people captured?
The picture of the past enslavement in Ghana or Africa is one in which you find different means of acquiring slaves. I can identify about 5 major means of acquisition. The first was through warfare, and that was really a major means of acquisition. Now, I don't think we want to enter.
Okay, now this is important to understand. She's talking about ways slaves were acquired and different things. It's some more literature and things I want to say. She said it's also information talking about how the some of y'all missed it, but it was early on in this lecture. How they differentiated a prisoner of war from a slave. Okay, everyone has different statuses. You're not in the family structure, the tribe structure, so you can only allude or guess or think from an American-centered perspective because you're not African-centered. Nobody's African-centered because you're an American. You can only think from your Black American perspective.
Into that debate whether the wars were fought because of enslavement or enslavement was incidental to the wars, because there's still a disagreement. But what I have found in my own research as I talk to chiefs, elders, and so on, is that enslavement was incidental to the wars which were fought in Ghana. In other words, the wars were not expressly fought because they wanted to catch slaves, but there were several reasons for warfare: expansion, conquest, retaliation, aggression, and so on. And if you look through the history of the world from ancient times, you find that it was a practice that whenever you engage in a war and you became victorious, you would take away prisoners of war. And inevitably, these prisoners of war became enslaved as a result. So it became an ancient practice which was carried on through the modern period. And so if you look at Ghana history and African history, from about the 15th century to the 19th, early 19th century, you find warfare as one major means of enslavement. And it's very striking, especially when we come to Atlantic enslavement.
Now, I'm not going to play this whole thing. I'm just going to play maybe nine minutes, okay?
Because although warfare was a source of enslavement for both...
But it's an important part because she's just telling you the sources of slavery. Listen up.
Internal and external. You find that the external demand was so high that warfare played a very major role in it. And if you read some of the travelers' accounts and traders' memoirs, you find them mentioning sometimes that in the early 1700s, for example, there was a gentleman called Barbot, a French trader, and he said he had combed the whole of the coastline in Ghana and found only 8 slaves from east to west. But 2-3 weeks earlier, because there was warfare, somebody had gotten about 200 to 300 slaves. And you find them expressing these things in their memoirs as you read. And they seem to be sad that there is no war. So it created a very major means of providing.
Did you listen to that, what she said?
And you find them expressing these things in their memoirs as you read. And they seem to be sad that there is no war. So it created a very major means of providing slaves. So the first was warfare. The second major means was what I'll call direct purchase. There were several markets scattered throughout the continent and different parts of the country where people could go to and buy slaves. Now, I've realized as I've researched about the slave markets that people did not go, the markets were not solely for slaves, but there were other items also being traded in.
Yeah, so when you go to markets, it's a lot of stuff for sale as well as slaves. Okay?
But as you enter the market, you find places for foodstuffs, places for household wear, etc. And then you find perhaps a section of the market also devoted for a trade in human beings. And I've been amazed in the course of my research to find that I've discovered at least about 35 of such slave markets in Ghana alone. And every region in Ghana had at least 2 or 3 slave markets. And what is significant about this is that with respect to the indigenous enslavement, the ordinary person could go to any of the markets and buy a slave or 2 for personal use.
Now, this is just a way of life, so you have to kind of get an understanding and fix your thought process. This is not a 2000 culture in modern times. So this was kind of prevalent. You have to fix your mind to understand this, and it help you understand slavery around the world as a whole and how it happened and was condoned so much until it was abolished. Okay, if you came late, I highly suggest you just rewind this from the beginning and take your time and watch it for a couple of days and chill. But did you hear what she said? Hold on.
And so the markets were the commonest source of indigenous enslavement. The ordinary person could go to any of the markets and buy a slave or two for personal use. And so the markets were the commonest source of acquiring slaves so far as the indigenous system was concerned. It also helped the external system, but warfare was the major source for the external system. And the markets was the commonest source for the ordinary person who would go to the market, depending on your demand and your personal requirement, to buy one or two or whatever number of slaves you wanted to buy. So that was the market source. And then the third source was through what I'll call raids and kidnapping. We find that different states in Ghana, the kings and chiefs would go to their neighbors and raid or kidnap people and enslave them. There was one particular state in Ghana called Akwamu, which was noted for this. In the 18th century, two of the...
So you heard her also say they used to go and kidnap people. Is the kidnapper happy about that? Is that fair? I mean, not the kidnapper. I mean, the one kidnapped. Is it cruel? Is it a way of life? But they had bad people who sometimes didn't care. All races do.
Their chiefs organized bands just to raid and kidnap for the Atlantic enslavement. And there were reports that different parts of the coast in Ghana were also involved in raiding and kidnapping. And then the northern part of Ghana was also noted for a lot of slave raiding and kidnapping during the period of enslavement. So that was a third source. The fourth is what I'll call tribute. Tribute was when a state defeated another state and asked the defeated state to pay tribute.
Okay, now, people over the last few days have been talking about paying tribute. And when she's saying that, she's meant, here, you can have a couple slaves. I'm giving you honor. I'm giving you tribute or paying tribute or whatever. People just tribute. So when they were talking about Queen Nzinga, she was talking about some tribute that was paid to her. And this is what she's basically trying to say. This is another way or source. So Queen Nzinga has always taken, and that's just the practice at that time, or sometimes some people can be more cruel or whatever, but she took tribute from many tribes and sold thousands of slaves and took thousands of slaves. So that's what the discussion about Queen Nzinga has been about. Because a lot of information that came out about her that nobody really knew. But I'm not talking about Queen Nzinga this live stream. Let me get off her.
And in the past, normally you would look at what the state produced. For example, if it was a gold producing area.
Oh, Sunshine, you said, please make a video about the Berbers. I'd love to get your insights on them. I'm African. Sunshine, I have two very detailed, one of my best presentations on the Berbers. Now my info has grown, but yeah, I have two great videos about the Berbers, the Tuaregs, the Moors, and all that. You just gotta scroll through some old content.
You would ask the state to provide maybe so many ounces of gold a year as tribute, or if they produced yams or any kind of foodstuffs.
Now, if we get to it, damn, I don't even know if I have time to go through this book. I had some bullet points. But like when she's talking about gold, the gold that was being traded, or like when the other guy said, the Europeans found out that they had a lot of gold, a lot of it when they first came. All the gold you see that was mined or that they traded on site was gold that was mined by slaves. Do you understand what I'm saying? So all the gold that was mined was hard labor done and stuff and things from slave. And you got to understand the technology then is not what the technology is now. So, I mean, let's continue.
You tell them to produce a certain quantity a year. And during the period of enslavement, especially when the Atlantic enslavement was introduced, the picture you get is that instead of asking only for foodstuffs, some of the kings and chiefs would also ask for human beings as part of their tribute. And especially Asante was noted for this. And Asante, for example, would ask Salaga for about 1,000 slaves every year, would ask some people from the coastal parts, Fante, Ga, to provide maybe another 500 or 300 slaves every year. So tribute was another means of enslavement. And the last means, I talked about 5 means, the last is what I'll call minor sources of enslavement. For example, if somebody owed a debt, he couldn't pay, he could be enslaved, or somebody was convicted of a crime, he could be enslaved, or sometimes through deception, people could be enslaved through deception. But these were very, very small instances of enslavement.
Describe for me, give me a portrait of the kinds of people who were either captured or paid tribute or even found themselves victims of rape, found themselves enslaved and were then a part of the mass of people who traveled across the oceans in the Americas.
Yes. The kind of people who were enslaved was a broad spectrum, because normally if it was war or raids or kidnapping, they'll move into a town or a village and conquer and take all the people. And when you read the documents, you find statements like they've dragged all the men, women, boys, and girls away. Sometimes you find that they've left the older men and the older women, but they've taken the young boys, the girls away. So you find that it's the people in the prime of their youth who are usually taken. And sometimes it goes through a series of processes. First of all, you raid a group or you engage in warfare, you bring en masse to your home, that is your capital, thousands of prisoners of warfare. And then sometimes they go through sorting, looking at what the indigenous requirement is. So you look at what you have, the men, the women, the boys, the girls, what your internal needs would be like. And then you decide that, well, for example, if you've got about 100 slaves and you have about 50 men, 50 women, or 25 men, 25 boys, 25 girls, 25, you decide that maybe I'll leave 20, 24 in the state and send the rest away. Inevitably, what happened was that a lot of the younger people who were strong and who could work were those who were really demanded during the period of enslavement because of the kind of work people wanted them to do. So your needs determined the kind of people you would take. So you find a broad spectrum of people, young boys, girls, women, and men. And it is generally believed that Africans wanted more of the women than the men during the period of enslavement. So we have more women used internally and more men sent away on enslavement. But it also includes...
Okay, so what she was saying is like in indigenous slavery, it would be a higher, let me just break it down to you layman's term. In indigenous slavery or local slavery or domestic slavery, I keep repeating that, get those terms in your head. So in indigenous slavery before the white man, internally, the higher percentage of women would be enslaved. Because, you know, men run shit and make stupid decisions and make the rules and shit, you know. So, but in slavery that they take for America, more men were taken than women. That's what she's saying.
Included women.
Although both were taken, the higher percentage was men who were maybe a little stronger in the field.
Were the demands or the interests of the Europeans and their own needs for a workforce a part of whether men or women were the dominant groups?
Well, when I say they take, meaning the African take, to go make some money and sell them. And in 75% of the time, it's not under force. Now, I understand my analogy, but 25% of the time, it was maybe through force, but the majority of the time, it's not. But this is something they want to do. Do you get what I'm saying? So it was a lot more cooperation, I'm saying, than we think when you really dig into the topic.
Yes, it was the external demand which created the kind of people they wanted. They wanted both men and women, but the preference was for men because most people wanted them to work in the mines, to work in the fields, and to do what people call the hard, back-breaking work. And normally they felt that it was the men who were stronger to do these things. So it was more of an asset to have men than women. And interestingly, as I go through this research, I found that for the Atlantic enslavement, the prices of men were usually higher than women.
Pause. So understand this dynamic I'm about to add to this. Add my little 2 cents, my little wisdom. So, hold on. No, I'm away. Go ahead.
And for the internal enslavement, the prices of women were higher than men. So if you went to the slave markets, for example, you find that if there are men and women, the prices of women were always higher than the men because of the internal demand. And when the slaves moved to the coast to be shipped across the Atlantic, the men would put a higher price. The European and American merchants would put a higher price on the men than the women. And so that was the nature of the work determined the men and women you wanted, or the boys and girls you wanted.
Was there a great difference between what you call the external slave enslavement and internal enslavement? And if there is, talk to me about the differences.
Oh, there was a big difference. Let me say that there were some similarities and differences between the two systems. Similarities in terms of acquisition, how slaves were acquired, were the same for both internal and external enslavement. And I've mentioned 5 major sources: warfare, market, race and kidnapping, tribute, and minor sources. So this is where the similarity is.
Okay, so she's saying that the process of getting slaves in indigenous slavery has been the same process that they had to get them for transatlantic slavery. But the point is, when the Europeans wanted more, the demand became more. They intensified little fake wars and starting shit and raids and kidnap. They intensified it to be the demand. Like if people want more, Bubba Kush weed, it'd be in more intensity trying to grow and get Bubba Kush weed. You know what I mean? So the demand, intensified them supplying and doing crazy shit. 75% on their own, maybe about 25% by force. Okay.
But the difference is, I found.
You know what? Not even 25%. I'm tripping. That's another discussion.
In treatment of slaves internally, every ethnic group had rules about how slaves should be treated internally. And I've gone through oral history, sometimes proverbs, drum language, songs, trying to filter these things out. And I've come across about 8 or 9 rules about how slaves should be treated.
70.
I think I defined that way early, Wap Funk, so you may have to just go all the way to the beginning.
5, take 1.
were talking about you're giving profiles of people who were enslaved and coming over.
Yeah, sometimes you don't have to watch it live. You could just rewind it to the beginning without just being live in the chat. Because a lot of stuff, this is a long lecture. So if you came in an hour late or 2 hours late or 3 hours late, you might have missed a lot of info that helped you give an understanding of what's being talked about now. So you never really want to start a book in the middle. If you just really want to get a grasp of what's been said tonight.
Talk to me about some of the skills that the kinds of skills, the skills, religion, things like that gives me an idea of what they were, what kinds of things they brought with them, those who went on the external trade, part of the external trade.
Well, because enslavement covered the whole spectrum of people, there were some who were farmers, who knew how to till the land. There were some who were artisans, craftsmen, iron workers, goldsmiths, would work in gold. There were some who could weave baskets. There were some who could make pots. And there were some too who were fishermen who were on the coast fishing. There were some who were hunters who could hunt. And there were some who were traders who knew how to trade. So you had this broad spectrum of people being sent away on the Atlantic enslavement. And right now, people are still lamenting about the fact that Africa's development has lagged behind, partly because those who were biologically strong and economically productive were those who were sent on enslavement. So industry, trade, agriculture dwindled or came to a standstill in Ghana and Africa, while these skills were being transferred outside to help those outside.
You understand what she's saying? So they, in the long run, harm the country for their offspring in 100, 200 years down the line. They all the help was taken away, all the best, you know what I mean? The farmers, the artisans, I mean, and it left a vacancy. It left probably a lot of vacant lands. It left the work, the engineer force was gone through this whole 200 year, whatever, 250 year, whatever it was exactly. No. 400 year foolery.
75, take 2.
Professor Purdy, we were talking before.
Okay, people can watch that on their own. So, we went over a lot. Now, it's a few bullet points. How long I've been? God damn. I might have to just go through this because I have them ready and lined up. I have bullets lined up. But you know what? Let me just go through a couple of them. And I'm just going to be about 10 minutes and I'm going to end this shit. It was just, I just want to show you some of the things. You know what? Let me just read it. Economist said that the committee that indigenous slavery had been in existence in Ghana from time immemorial. Like meaning, make the mic better. Like forever. When someone said like immemorial, like before anyway, it's been there forever. So he said, McCullough said that Ghana that the immemorial and his government could not be held answerable for the continuation of the practice. So in Ghana, the politicians, it's hard to understand because I don't totally understand it. But the politicians run Ghana and make rules and regulations, and slavery is abolished, right? It's illegal. But in certain remote areas, no, I'm sorry. I don't even know why I brought the slavery topic in this. I'm talking about something else. In Ghana, the politicians don't run the chiefs. They may have different agendas and in different codes of ethics that they deal with each other in. You get what I'm saying? So sometimes the chief and his tribe get what you can understand in layman's term, a pass. And unsaid, unspoke on. In that kind of sense. I'm just trying to give you a psychological understanding. Hey, Sunshine, what your fine ass up to? Ken Wayne Walker, what's up, your late ass? You miss a wealth of shit. Wab Funk. Okay. So they're just basically saying it existed immemorial on that one tab. I ain't gonna go too much into it. What did I put this tab in here for? Okay, so when I was saying that, I'm not just making this up, but this lady who just finished talking had wrote this. So let me just read what it says because I don't want to feel like focus and shit. Whenever who had obligation to serve me will be allowed to become a Christian. Wait a minute. Asante. Okay, wait a minute. In November 1906, when it seemed that the British colonial administration was contemplating the abolition of the indigenous institution of slavery. Okay, so abolition of British abolished slavery, what was it? Late 18th, but right here it's saying in 1906, when it seemed that the British colonial administration was contemplating the abolition of the indigenous institution of slavery. So they abolished they abolished the Atlantic slave trade. That's why I was saying, and abolished indigenous slave and trade while they were colonial powers and tried to police that for a while. And then later on, what? It says 1906. Later on, 1959, here come Kwame Nkrumah and their sovereign free nation, and the British is gone. Okay. In November 1906, when it seemed that the British colonial administration was contemplating the abolition of the indigenous institution of slavery in Asante, the chiefs and elders of Asante wrote to British commissioner responsible for the Southern District this. The freedom of every slave we beg to say that is impossible for we Ashantes to do. We could, the kings and chiefs and heathens, do if these are set free. It's a question mark. All our drums, okay, here we go. All our drums, blowing horns, swords, all our drums, blowing horns, swords, elephant tails, basket carrying, and farming are done by these, as we have no money like Europeans to do necessities for us. And how we, excuse me, and how can we, kings and chiefs, attend any calling by the government at Obusi or Kumasi while we have nobody to carry us, beat our drums, blow our horns, carry our swords, and do other necessities. They're making a plea for no. We need servants and slaves still. We don't care about your abolition. So this is what some of the tribes, and especially Asante, are writing the British. So I'm saying that when the British wanted to abolish it, the huge and big Ghanaian tribes wanted to kind of continue it. They didn't want indigenous slavery abolished or patrolled or policed. Just the reality. Because they've been doing this what? What y'all need to clean up and say now, Sean and Ankh? They've been doing it what? Before Arabs and Europeans. Say it loud. They've been doing it what? They've been doing it before Arabs and Europeans. Chief X, you're right again, as always. Y'all made me go here tonight. Still in my conversation and then not trying to involve me. So I got to do my independent thing and teach class. Still in my subjects and claims and not trying to involve me in the subject and trying to snow your way over it. And flubbing it up. Only one getting it right is Sheffrey. Okay, so next tab, and I'm gonna get up out of here. The Fonte, so notorious as slave raiders and kidnappers that Reverend Quoque of the Anglican Church at Cape Coast thought that the commonest method of acquiring slaves during the period of slavery and the slave trade in Ghana was. Wait a minute, that wasn't the right one. Okay, this is another part where Asante was kind of protesting. It is clear, however, from documented sources that all 10 regions of Ghana were involved in the slave raiding and kidnapping. This is alluding to, I just want to read it. Ethiopia, Elamina King, chiefs factors sold them to Ghanaian and other African merchants for gold. This is just an admission that it was chiefs had sold slaves to other Ghanaian, I guess, chiefs of families for merchants for gold and stuff. I mean, hold on. I'm trying to pick out some potent points real quick before I shut down. Slavery became an important part of Asante's state right from its inception. For 3 centuries, Asante was big. I rep Asante, so you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I rep Asante. I always say Asante gang, but they was some big slave traders. They was one of the biggest. I mean, for 3 centuries, Asante became the largest slave trading, slave owning, and slave dealing state in Ghana. Damn. For 3 centuries, Asante became the largest slave trading, slave owning, and slave dealing state. I mean, that look like you're doing 3 different things. You're slave trading, you're slave owning, and slave dealing, whether you brokering or whatever you're doing. And they was just engulfed. Asante, a society became so dependent on slave labor that the smooth running of the state and society was inextricably bound up with an institution of slavery. Slavery as an institution became part and parcel of the Asante social and political life. interesting. Without going into detail, I'm just shooting out some bullet points. Ghana exchanged gold for slaves, beads, common cloth. Oh, right here. This is a little text. I'll read it for you. 15th century AD, Ghana exchanged gold for slaves, beads, cotton from Benin State and Nigeria, meaning Ghana people was getting slaves for themselves from Benin State in Nigeria, it says. As well as the famous cocoa cloth from Dahomey in Ivory Coast. The Portuguese testified to the existence of a brisk trade in slaves and other goods between Ghana and its coastal neighbors. The evidence suggests, therefore, that between the first century is before Arabs and way before Europeans. Listen. The Portuguese testified to the existence of a brisk trade in slaves and other goods between Ghana and its coastal neighbors. The evidence suggests, therefore, that between the 1st and 15th century AD, Ghana received slaves and other goods through commerce with its African neighbors. I can close the show right there, and I think I will. Let me just read that one more time before I close this show. Portuguese testified to the existence of a brisk trade in slaves and other goods between Ghana and its coastal neighbors. The evidence suggests, therefore, that between the 1st and 15th century AD, Ghana received slaves and other goods through commerce with its African neighbors. In West Central Africa, they practiced a form of slavery prior to Europeans and Arabs. This case is closed. No need to fucking pull your hair out about it. Just understand all people enslaved other people. All people got enslaved. None. Only in kind of East Asia. And I'm not talking about India, because they was doing slavery. The Vikings was enslaving. Look it up. Asian, I'm talking about like Southeast Asia. I'm talking about. That's the only history that I don't see where they weren't enslaving each other or practicing any kind of slavery. Maybe they were and I'm missing it. But throughout my research and what I've been doing for the last 2 weeks, gathering info from other people talking, I've been sitting back listening, gathering info from other people talking and looking into what they said. Then I find out this. I've been going through all kind of rabbit holes. So what I just read and about to close out with, I'm not listening to no nigga from no Maasai clan, Amun Ra squad, or pseudo killer besides Sheffrin. Tell me about this subject over her, the foremost expert. While let any sit back and read all week long out a cherry-picked book, fucking stories and shit about a person's life and what they did and this and that and water it down. And try to save face and act like it wasn't really happening. Have you taught or wrote a lesson in your books about the Maasai's hand in slavery? They was masters of trade. They was good at it. They was good. The Maasai was good at stepping on innocent people living in rural areas, minding their business, playing with their little brother and their sister. Here come y'all mossy ass niggas snatching up kids and doing shit. We all humans are guilty. Get over it. I've been drinking, y'all. That good old cannabis lemonade. Strawberry cannabis lemonade. Infused cannabis lemonade. I think if anybody watched this video from beginning to end, whether it takes them 2-3 days, because I know I didn't went long, I'm 5 hours and 15 minutes. I've never in my entire life made a video this goddamn long. It was just that much information I had to get out and had to get some shit off my chest. I wanted to narrate. I wanted to make things clear. And I think I've made it perfectly clean and close this case. And you guys can further your studies, dig into this shit and research it and find out more yourself. I took you to the water. I can't make you drink. All we know for certain tonight is Chief X put this argument to bed, told the truth, made it plain, gave you many angles to look at and think about, use your logic, and come to an honest adult understanding and conclusion, and be real with your brothers and sisters from now on. Let them all know that Chief X put me straight and put it down and is king still. You know, I'm just talking shit. Y'all been doing 50 hours talking about this shit, streaming. And this is my 2 cents. I didn't put every hour y'all spent to bed. Now you can get on with saying, you know what, I'm going to be a sincere truth seeker and I'm going to bow down and say, you know what, Chief X taught that real shit. And I'm going to admit I was a little wrong. Now I know. Thanks, Chief X. For 6 months, y'all so-called wannabe scholars on these different YouTube channels for 6 months straight. Has it been 6 months since I did the video debunking, what is it called? Black Egypt Debunked. Has it been 6 months? I think it's right at 6 months. It might be 5 months. I did Black Egypt Debunked. And for the last 6 months, several channels has been talking about my claims, talking about my subject matters and videos every day for hours. One time they streamed for 25 hours talking about my topic, but they don't allow me in the conversation, which is okay. But I starts the topics and I end it. Let me find another topic that I can beat y'all up on, and then let Sheffrin carry on and continue to beat you up on. Then I make a video after y'all finish talking about this subject for a couple weeks and put y'all in your place again. Let me figure out another topic. Because we didn't put Egypt to bed. I said, I'm taking y'all back to West Africa and get y'all out of Egypt. I love West Africa. I can't wait to go back to Ghana. I wasn't bashing Ghana. I love Ghana. The people in Ghana are so damn nice. I'm telling you, look here. You don't see no fighting. I've told this story. I don't know why I keep repeating this story. I kept tripping. I never seen that one fist fight, right? But y'all over here in America say poverty causes us to do the most crime in America. That's why we're doing crimes because of poverty. They way poorer than you and doing less bullshit than you doing. I'm telling you. Listen here. You won't see no fights in Ghana. Like I see, they say, I said, I don't see no fights. He said, we don't just be sitting there fist fights. And if somebody's gonna start a fight and everybody's coming to break it up, and it's not going down, right? And somebody told me that, and 2 days later, these two workers that was kind of like carrying our luggage and stuff and doing things, they was a help, we pay them and shit. But these two guys got to squaring off on each other and arguing. It sounded like that Jamaican and that African, they argue, they talk, and it was arguing, it was animated, right? And I said, somebody's about to take off on somebody, but neither one of them would take off on the other, right? And finally, they got the bumping arms and got the hitting and about to start throwing blows. And immediately, two women came out of the hair salon that they was working in where we was at. And three other men, one was working, so other men came and broke it up and got between them. I said, they are fucking right. And here we are over here, savage as hell. Y'all are not African centered. We are American. We are Black American centered. That's the reality. Let me get to that in a second. But they didn't fight. I'm sitting here. That's when I realized I'm a goddamn savage. Because I'm sitting back in a chair on 100 degrees. I said, I want to see these two motherfuckers throw blows and somebody to get their ass whooped. My savage ass, and here they is breaking it up and shit. I said, we Black Americans, we savage as hell. I'm a savage. I'm a spoiled Black American and I'm a savage. Well, fuck. I highly suggest, just listen to what I'm saying, bro. If you're sincere, because I think you're late. You should rewind his beginning and sit back and watch this, and just get out the chat and sit back and listen and watch. There's no misinformation here. There's no lie told here in over 5 hours. So you have to eventually try to get your mind and fix it and get out of denial. Chevron is not shaky. It's okay if he may be wrong. He can say 10 things. Excuse me. He can be right on 9 things and be wrong on 1. That's okay. We're just human. But in general, Chevron is the only one on point. Everyone else is tripping. Trust me. I wouldn't say that. If Chevron was tripping, I'm going to tell you. Sometimes he'd be tripping, but in general, Chevron don't be tripping. They want to make him think he tripping. Would you say, Donnie Williams? We realize we are the ones with the attitude. You recognize this when you travel. It's kind of true. That we the ones with the attitude. Say, listening to things like this makes you say to yourself, or make you understand, this is how you change those attitudes. With proper education, you can change the certain attitudes. You can learn to be objective and have no agenda and be free. See, like I'm not beholden to any cliques. Like if I'm being like, first, let me tell you about being beholden to a clique and groupthink. Let me give you, for instance. There's no way individuals all think the same unless they're in a cultish, I'm not saying cult, unless they're in a cultish environment. Say, for instance, you have a vast majority of the pseudo killers right now. You have a group called the Maasai clan. Let me give you an example. A vast majority in the pseudo killers agree with what I'm kind of saying right now tonight. Okay, the Maasai clan is totally against this, in denial, watering it down. So you have one group with raw truth, and you have the other group who's trying to save face and water it down. Those are extreme. Now, there's no way all these guys are thinking the same thing. You be seeing them in the chat saying, yeah, that's crazy. And you know ain't nobody crazy. They be here and co-signing and high-fiving and playing games and, you know, all this old kiki and this so sensitive nigga shit, you know what I mean? And one side just raw truth. That's called groupthink. So when you belong, say say a person is in a group or intellectual or a scholarship group, you begin to have to embrace groupthink, meaning you can't be an outside the box thinker and think for yourself because you have your own understanding, own ideologies, and you have your own attitude about certain subjects, and you may rub somebody wrong. So you stay in your place and in your lane and have to kowtow intellectually and bend and tap dance and lie and be deceitful about history now because you're not free. You're in a group with groupthink and can't keep it 100. If your group member, I think I accidentally inhaled it a few times. But anyway, if your group is of one idea right now and on one path, you have to kind of get with them, even though deep inside you may disagree. So you niggas ain't free. I'm what you call free. I'm with no group. I'm a loner. I don't make my money from YouTube or Facebook or none of that. And you know, I'm not hotep hustling. I'm free to say what the fuck I want. Just tell the truth. I have no dog in anybody's fight here. I'm not on no Kemetic side. I'm not on no West African side. I'm not on nobody's side. Only side I'm on is the truth. Take it or leave it, like it or love it, hate it, whatever. I'm spitting it. Let me just check out some comments and we're going to get out of here. We should say, Sunshine, I love lemonade. I sell all this shit. You can just email me, reach out, find me. I ship and I do everything. See, I've been here 5. I don't get paid for this. I just said that, but I ain't tried to sell you no products. I ain't sweated you for no money. This is free. I'm a free man. I'm just giving free game and free information. This is just a hobby. This is shits and giggles for me. You know what I mean? My business is my business. I'm a businessman who just happens to like historical discussions, who just happen to be into history as a hobby. You know what I mean? And who just happens to like to kill some time in the house. I don't club. You know, I don't be out partying. I might give me a couple broads and that's it. I got a lady friend, you know what I mean? And I'm good. This is shits and giggles for me. This is a hotep hustle for y'all. Everybody got an agenda. Chief X ain't got no agenda. It's not a penny I'm getting. That's not a penny I'm getting for this 5-hour shit. It's no homie or nobody I'm trying to click up with and make a point with tonight. I'm a free thinker. Okay, so the case is closed. There's been indigenous slavery in Ghana prior to the white man, Kofi Pasi. I respect what you're doing, though, Kofi Pasi. Let me just say this, because I don't want. Kofi Pisi, I believe, has good intent. It's just some things he may be wrong about or a little naive about. He believes a lot of different people who he shouldn't believe, who he thinks has good intent, who he thinks is like, so Afrocentric. But yeah, I think he has good intent. I just think Kofi is Pisi naive. So there's no way you can be the leader of this group of so-called West African trying to be scholars and not know about the slave and not have been watching my videos and watching me. See, if you had followed me, you would have been wise on this. If you ain't subscribed to my channel and hit the notification all button, you living in the dark. You could be a wiser human being today if you had been listening to Chief X for these years and understanding. Y'all spited yourself not tuning in and listening to Chief X. I'm just talking shit. Let me get out of here. All right, y'all, I'm out of here.